Hey, can you hear me, Jennifer? Okay, and I can hear you. There's an echo. Man, let me see. Hey, talk to me real quick. No, I can hear. Can you hear the echo? Oh, Lord. No, I don't know. It was doing that. It was doing that the other day. I don't know how to get that echo out of there. Reverb? What the heck is that? How's that? Is that better? Nope. Huh? It was? Hello. Hello. All right, what about that? No, it's there. I can hear it. I can hear it. I don't know how to get rid of that. Uh, is that any better? Maybe. Hello? I'm just going to keep. All right. Somebody else come up real quick. Oh, there's somebody right here. What is that noise? No, that's somebody else. That's D. All right. How's it sound? You hear an echo, right? Well, pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. No, I can hear it. Yeah, but how the heck you get rid of an echo? Hold on. Let me see. Hello. How about that? How about that? Does that sound good? How about that? Up more? Y'all can't hear me? All right. How about that? How about that? How about that right there? How do you do? All right. How about that? No, I can still hear the echo though. Yeah. No, that's what it is. Yeah, I'm trying something new. So somebody go. This is what I'm trying to figure out. Somebody go on, or who's on YouTube right now? Let me see. Uh, yeah, one of you go to YouTube. There's a few people on there, but one of you go over there. One of you. I don't care who it is. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Mike's in there. Mike, hey, Mike, let me know if can you hear me through the mic, Mike. Uh, let me see if this has anything. No, it won't be that. Mike, can you hear me on the mic? I don't. Okay, it doesn't sound like you're on the mic. All right, let me know if you can hear this music. Mike, can you hear that music? Mike, can you hear that music? I'm not talking to you TikTokers. Okay, Mike, you can't hear that music. Oh, okay. Is this a vague vegan liberal? I don't even know what that is. All right. Do what? Say what? What'd you say? Also sounds like what? Would you say it also sounds like what?
if you, what the heck is going on here? If you take your headphones off, can you hear anything?
Talk. No, I don't hear anything coming out. It's probably the, oh, you know what? That's what it is. That is what it is, bro. I bet you if I lower this down, it'll stop. All right, can y'all? No, the echo's still there. Hello, hello. Yep, still there. Yep. Okay, so I have that plugged into there. This is plugged into here, and that's not even. I'm trying to figure out how y'all can hear. How you? Let me see. What? Do what? Yeah. Nah. So I wish I could show you. There's a way to open up another channel on here, but it's not. It's not easy. It's just not. Let me see. If I do that, it's gonna disconnect. Where do I have you plugged in, bro? I can't hear anyone on TikTok. Yeah, I'm gonna have to unplug all this stuff. Hold on. Yeah, it's all right.
I was trying to figure out Eddie.
No, I'm just gonna.
He couldn't do anything.
I'm just gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go back. I'm just gonna have to. What?
Okay, so he's saying it's so like we can hear you through your mic, which is, but also through a different mic, like
oh, mic. Oh, like one of the other mics.
Or like the mic on one of the iPads, or something else going through the system. Shut up, Nutty. Go to sleep, bro. Isn't it nap time for you, buddy? It's nap time for you. You're up there in age.
God, he put him in the hole with Bill.
Yeah, he's getting there. He's almost in his
fastest time. He said, "No."
In his home base, home assistance.
All right, I'm gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have to go back to the old school method for today.
He said, "I do need a nap." Don't we all? Who doesn't want a nap?
All right, hold on.
Those pages say, faith cometh by hearing, but how can they not see you are faith? The one who comes. What is this place? Father, who will believe my report? But I will tell them you made it simple when you talked about a mustard seed. The parable of the sower tells us the seed is the word. So if anyone has that seed, which is faith, they have you the iron rod, the authority of God. What is this place I live in? A foreigner I've become, to a place I once loved. What is this place where the people are blind and deaf? Your word here is in a form of a book, but they won't even take a second look. Those pages say faith cometh by hearing, but how can they not see you are faith, the one who comes? What is this place? I'll tell them he washed the disciples' feet to show he was Abraham's and Gideon's servant, as he was also theirs. He made it clear he did not come to be served, but to serve. It was him who served the people in the Old Testament. Can't you see? Can't you hear? What is this place I live in? A foreigner I've become, to a place I once loved. What is this place where the people are blind and deaf? Your word here is in a form of a book, but they won't even take a second look. Those pages say faith cometh by hearing, but how can they not see you are
YouTube, y'all can hear the music. I can't hear anyone. You can hear the music on YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is this place? Lord, why doesn't anyone in this place see or hear this truth? I see why I'm here. There is no other. You are faith. Faith is not just a word. Faith is alive, and there was only one life given to us. Jesus Christ, our servant, our faith, our life. What is this place I live in? A foreigner I've become, to a place I once loved. What is this place where the people are blind and deaf? Your word.
Because I'm going to have to use this, I think. Hey, is the music still playing on YouTube?
No.
Hey, is the music still playing on YouTube?
Thank you. Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Oh, man.
Hello. Hey y'all, God bless y'all. Try, what you doing? Try.
What?
What's going on?
Do what?
What's going on?
What's up? I'm trying to get this situated.
Okay, okay.
All right, can y'all hear the music on YouTube?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
All right. I'm gonna say that this probably needs to. Power. I don't know why that would even have to. Mike, can you hear music? Mike, can you hear music?
Guess they're just gonna have to fly me out there.
Because I have it. Can anybody hear me on? Oh, hold on. Can y'all hear music on YouTube? Anybody?
No.
Mike, you ain't there anymore? All right, let me try this. Because it's directly. Why would that not work, man? All right, let's see what this does. Can y'all hear? No, y'all can't hear it on there. Can y'all hear music?
No.
No. Let me see. No. The sound of silence. Brenda, what's up? Can anybody hear music? No? Huh. Should be able to with that. No mic, no music. Well, man, I don't want to have to, but I'm going to have to go back old school. That's all right. All right. I don't want to have to do it, but looks like I'm going to have to do it, man. All right. YouTube, can y'all hear the mic? Y'all should be able to hear the mic now.
Sounds better on YouTube.
Yeah, they should be able to hear the mic over there. And you guys are about to hear me any second now. All right. Now, TikTok, y'all should hear me now. Right?
Not through the mic like YouTube.
It should be because I can hear you through my headset. Should be. If I can hear you, y'all should be able to hear me. Anybody on Christian, CJ, y'all don't hear me through the mic? You should be able to by now. Yeah, both working fine. Yeah, Jennifer, if you can't hear me like I normally am, then something's wrong. You should be able to.
Let me hop down.
Go ahead. All right. So that's not cool. Bring that back over there. Yeah, it should be coming in perfect now. Yep, all better. Both working fine. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing, and that's what makes me mad. The only thing is, I wonder if I hook that thing up there. Excuse me. Man, I'm gonna try it. What if I hook you up right here? Then I gotta get all that and plug it on. We won't do it today. It's all good. God, I got so many cables over here. It's crazy. Guys, I'm letting you know right now we are going over Nehemiah. I'm going over the next part of that today. Whether you want to or not, I got to finish that. I'm not going to do half of it and just let it sit like it is. All right, so we should be in, okay, that's chapter 5. I thought we were at chapter 8, 7 or something. Yeah. I think, right? All right. All right, let me get there. Oh, you know what? Let me use this instead. Ah. All right. Let's see. Chapter 8. That's what I have. Chapter 8. Let's see. Ezra the scribe stood up, the pulpit. All right, we should be in chapter 9 then, because that's chapter 8. Right? Let's see. All right. That's why you got to keep your recap time. You got to keep your recap time to a minimal. You don't want to take, like basically for us, 2 weeks to get back. This should be a perfect example. Get back to where you were, and literally, and I'm not talking about the time that I'm messing with. That has nothing to do with recapping with the Bible. So right now, if we started timing it from the time that I realized, okay, wait a minute, we're on chapter 9, that took about a couple of minutes, right? Now I'm going to go to chapter 8, right? Just to recap what we're talking about, okay? Which is going to take just a few minutes, but still, you're looking at 10, 15 minutes of lost time when you could have just continued on, because I got to remember exactly where we were. So let's see. Yeah, so he's at the pulpit. Okay, it says, yeah. Oh, I didn't put, oh, I should have put that. I didn't. Yeah, so on his right side, he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And on his left hand, he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Or did I do that right? Oh, let me go back. And Ezra the scribe stood up. So this is Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 4. He stood up, upon pulpit of wood, which they had made for the purpose. And beside him stood, and it names one person, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's got 6 on his right side. Oh, that's right, because Ezra is standing as the 7th between the two, meaning the 14, 7 and 7. All right, so that's where we're at. He's at the pulpit. He's got 6 people to his right. He's got 7 to his left. And now we're in chapter 9. We're going to get to chapter 9, first day. So let's go through chapter 9 right now. And I think there's some begottens again. Let's see. I don't remember. Oh, no, I thought there was. Yeah, in chapter 10. And 12. And we're not going to go through all that just for the purpose, just to make sure we at least get a chunk of Nehemiah done. All right, so who's going to read chapter 9? Or matter of fact, get a couple of people to read it. So there's 20, let's see. Jeez, hold on. 30, 38.
Let me know which one.
Do what?
As I was saying, I can read. Just let me know.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Whoever reads first, just read let's see. Chapter 9, 1 through 20. And then the second person can read the rest.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah, get it.
Okay. Nehemiah chapter 9, verses 1 through 20.
Unknown caller.
Children of Israel were assembled with fasting and with sackcloth and earth upon them. And the seed of Israel separated themselves from all the strangers and stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers. And they stood up in their place and read in the book of the law of the Lord their God 1/4 part of the day, and another fourth part they confessed and worshipped the Lord their God. Excuse me. Then stood up upon the stairs of the Levites. Uh, is that who's that? Joshua? Oh Lord.
It's yeah, you could say Jeshua.
Okay,
Yeah, because
Joshua
you
and
got Joshua, you got Jeshua. They all kind of sound same.
okay, and okay, so Joshua and I'm gonna mess the names up.
No, don't worry.
Sorry,
Hey, no,
Lord forgive
listen,
me, God.
listen. When it comes to reading, you just say it
Mm-hmm.
and just move to the next one. You don't got to say each one of them, right?
Okay.
Yeah, just say
Okay.
whatever you
All right.
think it is, and then keep going.
Okay. Yeshua and Bani Kim Catamel.
Yep, just keep going like that. Yep.
Shebaniah, maybe. Bunai, Sherebiah,
Yep, keep going.
Bar-
And I don't care.
Barnai,
I don't care if you say Banny, Bonnie. Just get it.
and Shania,
Mm-hmm.
and cried with a loud voice unto the Lord their God. Then
All right,
the
all right,
Levites.
all right. So now it says, then stood up upon the stairs of the Levites all these people that you named. All right, all
Right,
right. Let
right.
me all these people right here with the loud. Let's see.
Stood up on the stairs.
Stood up on the stairs. Okay, keep going.
Okay. Verse 5. Then the Levites, Yeshua and Kadmiel, Benai, Hashbanah, Shirbiah, Hodijah, Shebaniah, and Pitahiah. Jesus. Hold on. Said, stand up and bless the Lord your God forever and ever, and blessed be thy glorious name, which is exalted above all blessings and praise. Thou, even thou, art Lord, or art Lord alone. Thou hast made heaven and the heaven of heavens, with all their host, the earth and all things that are therein, the seas and all that is therein, and thou preservest them all, and the host of the heaven worshipped those. Thou art the Lord, the God, the Lord, the God, who didst choose Abraham and broughtest him forth out of Ur of the Chaldeans, and gravest his name of Abraham, and foundest his heart faithful before thee, and madest a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the uh, Perizzites, and the Jebusites, and the Girgashites to give it. I say to his seed, and hast performed thy words, for thou art righteous, and didst see the aff- affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and heardest their cry by the Red Sea, and shewest signs and wonders upon Pharaoh. This got to be my husband's Bible. Sorry, y'all.
You
And
good.
shewest signs, Lord have mercy, and shewest signs and wonders upon Pharaoh and on all his servants and on all the people of his land. For thou knewest that they dealt proudly against them. So didst thou against. So didst thou against. Hold it against them. So didst thou get thee a name, okay, as it is this day. And thou didst divide the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on the dry land, and their persecutors thou threwest into the deeps as a stone into the mighty waters. Moreover, thou leddest them in the day by a cloud,
All
by,
right.
by
So
a
what?
cloudy
So
pillar.
what are they doing right here? What are they doing?
They going through the Red Sea.
Yeah. So they're trying to come back in one accord,
Okay.
right? I mean, you're right. They're going
Mm-hmm.
back. They're going back to what happened. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to bring everybody back to like
Oh,
what people they are, who they belong to, how God is God, and how they're doing their best to bring up those memorial stones, stuff that nobody will ever be able to tell them these things didn't happen. They know it happened, and they're bringing it
gotcha,
up.
gotcha.
They're bringing it up again, and they do this throughout the
Okay.
entire Bible. They keep coming back into one accord. They keep doing this. You constantly see
Yeah.
this. Now they didn't. Now they're doing it by faith because they don't have the Spirit of God dwelling in them, so they're not in one accord with God.
Right,
But
right.
because they're focusing on what God did, by faith they become one accord with Him. By faith, because they're doing that.
Praise God. Right. And they're telling it to everybody, right? Well, not everybody, but
Yeah.
too
No.
many.
Yeah. Well, they're doing it amongst themselves. It's kind of like coming back in agreement with like the grace of God, what He did for us, and all these things.
Gotcha.
But notice what they're
Got.
talking about, right? So like
Mm-hmm.
right now at this point, the things that they're bringing up, the law is
Mm-hmm.
not part of what they're bringing up right now. Like right now,
Right, right.
this second, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it gets to that or
Mm-hmm.
not, we'll see, and I'll point some things out. Oh man, let me see. I don't know what happened. Let me see. Okay, yeah, go ahead and continue where you at.
Where was I? I'm
Uh,
sorry.
you're right.
Was I at 9?
Let me see. Let me
I'm so
see.
busy
Somewhere
listening to you and
that's all right. Let me see. Somewhere around 8, because you said God did choose Abraham, made a covenant. Hold on, let's see. Thou art Lord who didst choose Abraham. Did you already read 7?
12, bro.
Yeah, she read 7.
I'm at
She
12.
read 10. She read 10
Yeah,
too.
yeah. You already read 9. Yeah, 9. Let's see. Show us 11. Did you read 11? Oh, you read 11. Yeah, you
He didn't
said
say I'm at
yeah.
12.
You read 11 because you said as a stone into the mighty waters. You read that already. So you're at 12. They're
Okay.
right. Yep.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, verse 12. Moreover, moreover, thou lettest them in the day. Oh yeah, I remember now. I'm gonna read again. Moreover, thou lettest them in the day by a cloudy pillar, and in the night by a pillar of fire, to give them light in the way wherein they should go. Thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and spakest with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments and true laws, good statutes and commandments, and madest known unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commandest them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of
Unknown caller.
for their hunger and brought this forth water for
Right.
them
All right. So
out of the rock.
let me point
For
this out.
mm,
So a couple
okay,
of times already, they've talked about like all these things that God did while they were under the grace of
right.
God. While they were under the
Mm-hmm.
grace of God. And right here, it's very important because this is where Paul knew just it's these kind of simple little things right here where Paul knew um,
Mm-hmm.
that Moses gave the law, right? Because they said right
Mm-hmm.
here in 14, it says,
And 14, yeah.
yeah, it says, in commandments, them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses,
Mm-hmm.
because it was by Moses that it was given. So,
Right.
okay, I'm not going to go in depth, but I don't remember yesterday where I told y'all, I said, hey, I'm going to say some things that are a little bit more, they're a little deeper. And remember, guys, I wasn't on YouTube yesterday. Uh, I wasn't on YouTube. So the video that we went over when I was talking about the earth and it being Christ right through the word, um, I wasn't on YouTube. So it's not automatically uploaded. So I have to go in TikTok and I have to download it and then I have to upload it. And the one that Dre made, I uploaded it yesterday, and I swear it took all day, all night. I don't know why it takes so long, but it should be already uploaded. Maybe it happened during midnight. I don't know what time, but if anybody's curious about when Dre was running the live a few days ago, that should be uploaded already. Okay. I don't think it's titled and has, I don't think it has a clip art or anything. Anyway, the point I'm making is I haven't been going live on YouTube. So today's the first time in a few days that I have. But what I'm saying is, um, notice that the law was given to Moses, and from Moses, from a man earthly, it was given to the people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I need y'all to pay attention to that because it's something that is, it does this throughout the entire Bible. And I don't think I've talked about it a whole lot on Descaled, but it's something that has to be seen. It cannot be given directly from God to people. Um, okay, when I was talking about how Adam came to be, okay,
Mm-hmm.
Adam didn't just come directly from the bosom of the Father, only Jesus did. So he makes the earth, and from creation, he makes man from the dust of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm trying to say? It's a secondary, it's not a direct line, even though it is, it's not. So like,
Yeah.
when Paul said, when Paul says, uh, that it says that Moses gave the law, great and grace and truth came through Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Moses gave the law, but grace and truth came through Christ. It's a hard pill to swallow because if you tell someone that is, under the law in any kind of way, um, Paul's real clear about what he's saying about Moses gave the law, but grace and truth came through Christ. So the law is not the truth. You tell that to someone who upholds the law, they'll argue with you, and they're like, "Yes, it is. It is the truth. We have to do it today." And da da da.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to who is telling us this. The law was given by Moses, but grace and truth came through Christ. So Moses did give the law, but he didn't give grace
Mm-hmm.
and truth.
Amen.
And
Well,
it's a real hard thing to say that to somebody because they're still not going to understand what you're saying. So they'll go back to the law. They think that you have to learn the law. There's people that will tell you this, that you have to learn it. This is something you have to learn. They'll tell you.
something. Try
Uh,
and this came to mind. And I wasn't like actually thinking about to I wasn't thinking on it, but it just came to me. And the Lord was like, you were never introduced um to the law. Like he was saying, I never believed in the law. And then so I thought back and I was like, well, you know what? I haven't. I never believed in the law.
yeah.
I never have.
Well, because it's written on our hearts. So it is different. When people say it's not, it is. It is. It's 100% different. And so,
Yeah.
but because we live in this physical world, they can't comprehend because they're going to tell you that, well, in this world, we still have to use those things. Like, this is what they'll say. You still have to use those
Mm-hmm.
things. But I don't know how to
Mm-hmm.
say this. If you don't know how to show grace to somebody, you'll argue with them.
Yeah.
So if someone is not comprehending, no, in this world, they'll say, in this world, we're still here. We still have to do these things. Like, they'll talk this way,
Mm.
and you'll just say, all right,
Right.
you just, okay. And just
Yeah.
because if you act right, they're going to say it's because of Moses' law. That's what they'll say. And they don't understand that there's a reason that God gave the law to Moses to give to the people. There's a reason he gave it to a fallen man. There's a reason that he did that.
My.
All right. But what people are going to say is, yeah, okay, well, everything in their life goes back to the law of Moses. My friend, grace and truth did not come through Moses. So no matter what they say about how we do good, it goes back to the law of Moses. The one thing they can't say is grace and truth did not come through the law of Moses. It came through Christ.
Amen to that.
So again, they're going to tell you, I don't see it. I don't see it. I always tell them, I already know you don't.
Yeah.
You tell me, I don't see it. Like if that was an epiphany for me, I know you don't see it.
Right.
That's no duh. I already knew you're not going to see it. So instead of arguing and becoming enemies, I don't care
Mm-hmm.
if you don't see it or not. That's between you and God. So if your conscience is
Get that
telling you to
right.
do all these things, I'll see you in heaven, and I'll see you in heaven by not doing any of them. So
Right.
instead of sitting here trying to make me believe what I need to do, I understand and I fully see what Paul is saying when he says the law was given. Like, why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because this part right here, we just happen to be here in Nehemiah. Okay, Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 14. And it said, and remember, they're thanking God for all the
Mm-hmm.
grace, love, and mercy. And then they get to Mount Sinai. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying, Lord, it was you that brought us through
My.
through Pharaoh. It was you that brought us through the sea. It was you. And they're getting in one accord.
Mm-hmm.
And then they finally get, this is just where we happen to be today. Okay. So I don't want anyone thinking that I'm trying to go over, law and grace today. I'm not trying to go over law and grace today. This is where we happen to be, Nehemiah 9. Okay. And it says, thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai and spakest with them from heaven and gavest them
Mm-hmm.
right judgments and true laws, good statutes and commandments, and madest known unto them thy holy Sabbath, and
Mm-hmm.
commandest them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses thy servant. By the hand of Moses. By the hand of Moses, a fallen man. You gave him all these things through a fallen man. That means the fallen man is going to accuse him. Moses was their accuser. The Bible makes it very
Wow.
clear. The Bible makes it very clear. And Jesus told this to them. Somebody find the verse and pull it up.
Wow.
Somebody find the verse and pull it up, or I got to do that too. See, I got to do it. It's okay. It's okay. I ain't mad at you. It's all right. Everybody just comes up here for glamour.
To be pretty.
To be pretty.
Should be John 5 something. John 5:30 something.
Let's see. Grace, you stay where you're at, okay?
Okay, I got you.
You stay right there. Don't lose your spot. Remember, you're at Nehemiah
15.
15. That's where we're at. You stay right there.
Okay.
And we're gonna keep on tracking. But this is important about being in a one accord. Notice what they're coming into one accord. They were under the grace of God before the law was given. And they're like, and you gave us all these things through the hands of Moses. Now they're going to have to reflect on what was given to them through the hands of Moses. Okay. All right. You said John, I'm sorry.
Yeah, chapter 5. Towards the end, 30, 35, somewhere in there.
All right.
Moses
John
is the accuser.
5. Let's see. John 5, you said 35 maybe? All right. Yeah, 45. That's where we're at. I'll start at 43. And it says,
Oh my God.
it's all right. I mean, you still got me to the area. All right. This is John 5:43. Jesus therefore answered and said unto them, murmur not among yourselves. No man can come to me except the Father which has sent me draw him, and I will raise him up at the last day. It is written in the prophets, and they shall be all taught of God. Every man therefore that hath heard and hath learned of the Father cometh unto me. Not that any man hath seen the Father, save he which is of God, he hath seen the Father. Verily, verily, I say unto you, believeth on me that have everlasting life. I am the bread of life. Your fathers did eat manna, they died. What the heck? That's not it. That is not it. Should have been 45. Or maybe you know what? Maybe I went too fast.
Yeah.
I went too fast. Hold on.
It's 40. Yeah, it's 45. Do not think that I will accuse you to the Father. There is one that accuseth you, even Moses.
Oh, I'm in John 6.
This guy.
Hey, while I was reading that, I was like, wait a minute, bro. This don't sound right. And y'all just let me read for three verses.
That's how we feel when we don't proofread.
That's all right. Well, we all did it. We all did it on that one. I was just trying to hurry him get there. All right. Okay, so John 5:40. Let me start at 40. It says, and you will not come to me that ye might have life. I receive not honor from men, but I know you, that you have not the love of God in you. I am come in my Father's name, and ye receive me not. If another shall come, and it says, I have come in my Father's name. I always ask the guys that say that Joseph was Jesus's father. I said, he came in the name of Joseph right here. They're like, Joseph he came in. Well, he's talking about Father God, like we have a father in this world. And then, we got Father God, It's like, oh, okay. Well, how come I don't hear a lot of people today saying, I come in my Father's name? How come you don't hear a lot of people saying that anymore? Because he was really meaning his father, bro. That's what he was really meaning. The place he really came from. Right. All right. 44, it says, how can ye believe which receive honor one of another and seek not the honor that cometh from God only? Do not think that I will accuse you to the Father. There is one that accuseth you, even Moses, in whom ye trust. Huh? They trust Moses? Right? Huh, guys?
Yes.
They
Yes.
trust him. This is Jesus talking here. So when you hear people say things like, the law was given, God gave it for a reason, right? They trust Moses. They trust him. What you'll end up seeing is you'll see them hop back and forth.
You'll see them hop back and forth. They'll be all about Moses' law for a minute. And then there'll be this thing that's bothering them, and then they'll jump back to Jesus. Guys, this is anyone that is saved. If not careful, you can do this. It doesn't mean the person's not saved. That's not what it means. That's Muslims. No, Muslims never go to Jesus. That's not true. No, Islamic believers, they try to stay under the law. They don't believe that Jesus resurrected. Yeah. So black Hebrew Israelites, I'm not talking about any of them. None of them are saved. None of them. I'm talking about people who claim that Jesus, there was a death, burial, and resurrection. A death, burial, and resurrection. People that believe that, if they're not careful, they'll trust Moses and then they'll trust Jesus. They'll trust Moses and then they'll trust Jesus. Why? Because, guys, in this world, the Bible says we're in this world, but we're not of this world. So if we're not of this world, it doesn't mean that we're not here, right? So look, the spirit of who you are, okay? The spirit of who you are there's going to be a byproduct of who you are in the spirit. A byproduct, which is doing good and all these things. But that's a byproduct of who you are, not a byproduct of what Moses gave. You are not a byproduct of God because of what Moses gave. You know how? Because you didn't receive the Spirit by what Moses gave. So if you didn't receive the Spirit, and so again, you say this to people that are trying to uphold the law or preach it. Listen, let me make it real clear. If you do not shut your mouth, if you don't shut your mouth and show them grace, love, and mercy, you're going to make an enemy out of a very good potential friend. Okay? I'm telling you, I've seen it too many times. Because they're going to become afraid of what you're saying, because it sounds like what they're saying is everything in this world matters, but that's not what they're saying. Okay. I'm telling you, it's like the disagreement between, God, so many to choose from. It's like a disagreement between explaining the grace of God and then out of nowhere, someone in the back. So, are you saying that we can continue to sin? And you're like, no. Well, yeah, you are, because listen, if they don't get what you're saying, that is not your burden. Okay. And the worst thing you could do is be stupid and say, you know what? It's not my burden. You just go ahead and keep believing what you believe. Okay. It's not my burden. That's not how you take care of that. I'm telling you, you shut the heck up, and just say, all right. You know what? I don't want to argue about it. But you don't do it after you started an argument, okay? You don't start an argument and then get somebody heated and then you go, hey, you know what? I don't want to argue. Well, you already started the argument. So that don't even make any sense. I'm saying as soon as the questioning starts, either about what you're saying or what you think you're saying, you don't say it out loud. Tell yourself to shut up in your head. And then while they're trying to ask you questions, just say, hey, you know what, man, I've noticed that, between you and I, there's been contention here, and I'm just going to take the blame. That's my fault. I don't want to have contention about it. That's what you say. But you say it right before it starts. You don't make 3 or 4 smart aleck comments and then go, you know what, I'm going to take the higher ground. No, you didn't take the higher ground. You messed up. So just say, hey, you know what, man, that's my bad. Well, yeah, man, every time. I know, it's my bad. My bad. That's what you say. Shut up. Tell your flesh, shut up already. All right. But he says, do not think that I will accuse you. Now, why is Jesus saying that he's not going to accuse you to the Father? Huh? Why is Jesus saying he's not going to accuse?
Because he's not the accuser.
Right. He says he didn't come to destroy, but to save. And he's not the accuser. So how is it that Moses How is it that Moses becomes the accuser when he's not Satan? How is Moses able to accuse the people?
Because he was given the law.
Yep, he was given the law, but how is he able to do that if he's supposed to be like, sheep, sheep of the flock? How is he able to do that? Shepherd. It's a question you need to ask yourself. You understand? Obviously, one of the reasons is because he's not the redeemer of the people. He's not the redeemer. Excuse me. He's not the redeemer. There's only one redeemer. Remember, Moses was told, take the sandals off your feet. You're not the redeemer. Joshua, take your sandals off your feet. You're not the redeemer. Because redemption is only done spiritually. Moses and Joshua were fulfilling a spiritual truth in a physical way. Right? Moses was like mediator between God and man. Joshua led them to the promised land. Joshua did. But Jesus is the true leader to the promised land. Jesus is the redeemer. Him. He does both. Notice Moses couldn't do both. Moses did one. He was a mediator for a little bit. And then Joshua became the one that led them into this promised land. But Jesus did both. Jesus is the spiritual law. Jesus is the mediator. Jesus led the people to the promised land. He did all of it. And in the Bible, you have multiple men doing one thing at a time. Nobody could do all of it. It was spread out. But Jesus says, do not think that I will accuse you to the Father. There is one that accuseth you, even Moses, in whom ye trust. For had he believed Moses, for had ye believed Moses, ye would have believed me, for he wrote of me. Where? Where did Moses write of Jesus? Obviously, the answer is everywhere. He wrote about him everywhere. It's all over the place. But he says here, he wrote of me. So why can't they see? How come the Jews could not fully understand what Moses was writing? Right? So he says, but if ye believe not his writings, how shall ye believe my words? If you don't believe his writings, how shall you not believe his words? What does that mean? If you can't believe his writings, how can you believe my words? What does that mean?
You can't believe the letters on the white page, so you cannot receive revelation.
Well, yeah, but that's saying the same thing Jesus is saying. So you're saying the same thing Jesus is saying, but what does it mean? What does it mean? I'm gonna say it again. But if you
Moses.
huh?
My bad. I was gonna say Moses. Moses wrote of Jesus. So if you don't believe what Moses wrote, who wrote about Jesus, how are you gonna believe his words?
But all you're doing is repeating what Jesus said. I'm not asking y'all to repeat to me what he said.
Yeah.
What does it mean? Listen, it says, but if you believe not his writings, how shall ye believe my words? What verse? I could think of a few already. What verse, precept upon precept, is helping you understand what Jesus is saying? Alex got it. Chicken nuggets. What is Jesus saying right here? If you don't believe his writings, you're not going to believe my words.
Because Moses, the words that he wrote were Christ's words.
Well,
and he's there and he's speaking to them, but they didn't even believe what Moses wrote, so they can't really hear his words.
well, that's a little closer, but you're still saying the same thing Jesus said.
Their hardened hearts can't receive seed.
Well, that's true. That's true, but why not? So Jesus is actually giving the answer in what he's saying, because there are many verses that Jesus, he says very specific things.
Because they didn't believe.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's always the issue, but Jesus said, let's see, you're saying the same thing Jesus said. He said to Nicodemus, they can't understand physical, how they're going to spirit. Okay, that's a little closer. Who was that? Perry?
You gotta believe the law and the prophets.
Yeah, no, but that's repeating what Jesus just said.
Because they were carnally minded?
Well, yeah. That's true too. You even have people today say, why is everybody saying the law is carnal? The law is carnal. If you don't understand the law, it's carnal. If you think the law is just here to show you how to be good, you're carnal. That's what that means.
Yeah, I heard a guy arguing talking about the law is spirit. The law is spirit. I said the law is not spirit.
Well, okay, listen. The law that
Jesus is spirit.
Yeah, but the law that was given to Moses, that was not spirit. That was a physical law. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it came from a spiritual truth. So, again, titles matters. Context matters. So obviously, we can say the law is spiritual in the sense that it came from a spiritual place. Okay. But if Moses is a fallen man and it was given to him, grace and truth did not come from Moses. So, but the question that I'm asking, look, but if ye believe not his writings, how shall ye believe my words? And I've given a lot of you plenty chances. Look, Jesus said, my words are what?
Spirit.
Spirit and what?
Life.
Somebody find the verse.
Spirit and truth.
Yeah, but find the verse. Find the verse. Find the verse. He said, if you don't believe my words, well, let's look at what he calls his own word.
Spirit, yes, spirit and truth.
Right? And then if that's true, that his word is spirit and truth, what is he saying about what Moses wrote down? Huh? What is he saying about what he said? Listen, if it's true that Jesus' word, how shall ye believe my words? You don't believe his writings. And he tells them, he writes about me. Yeah, but let me tell you what law keepers are going to say. Law keepers are going to say that the scribe and the Pharisees were breaking the law. They didn't do it right. See, y'all didn't even believe that. How are y'all going to believe my spiritual word? Nah, bro. He said they write about me. He said they write about me. If I go look at the physical context of the law, is it talking about the Messiah? Straight up, does it say, huh? No. It's telling you how to behave, how to be good. Don't eat this because it's bad for you. Is that talking about the Messiah?
It's talking about this world.
It's talking about this world. So again, but if ye believe not his writings, guys, believe not his writings is to not believe that it's talking about the Messiah. You understand? If there's any further understanding, it's telling you how to be good while you're here. You tell someone today, nah, bro, that's talking about Christ. Nah, bro, In this world, bro, in this world, you're not supposed to eat this stuff. Guys, come on. They still don't get it. There are people today that play around with the law. Let me ask you this. Be honest with me. I want y'all to be honest. Be honest. Be honest. Who understands the do's and don'ts better? Someone today or someone way back then that the lineage of from Aaron has not even been broken? Who's going to be able to
Way
explain?
back then.
Huh?
Dan, back
Way back
then.
Back
then.
then, bro.
Dan,
Back then. And you're going to sit here and tell me, oh, you got Christ, now you understand it better. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're saved, but you don't understand the law better because you're still trying to put people under it. This is crazy to me. All these people that are claiming they're under the law, bro, listen, they're not doing all the stuff that these people were doing. Do you understand? The slaughtering, they're not the fire that's not going to go out. None of, bro, all that stuff was pointing to a spiritual truth. Jesus said, but if ye believe not his writings, what do you mean believe not his writings? They'll tell you, well, they were breaking the law. Oh my God, bro. What a cop out. They were breaking the law. See, we're better at it than they were. No, you weren't. They were so good at it, the Messiah was able to come here. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? They were so good at what they were supposed to be doing, it brought the Messiah here. That fire did not stop burning.
Unknown caller.
That fire did not stop burning until the Messiah came, bro. All them things had to be fulfilled, them living like that. And then you have people today to say they have to do that today. And you're like, well, you don't have, well, we don't got to do all that. Now they just pick and choose what they do, and they run around asking. They're claiming that the law of Moses is the foundation of Christianity. Absolutely not. Nothing could be further from the truth. It is not the foundation. Christ is the foundation. Him. He's the foundation, not Moses. So, again, but if ye believe not, all right, so y'all find the verse?
Yeah, I found the verse.
What's the
It's
verse?
in John 6 and 50. Oh, I lost it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. John 6 and 63. And it said, it is the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profit nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life.
Okay, so spirit and life. My words
Yes,
are spirit and life. That's what he's saying.
yes,
My
yes,
words are spirit. And he says, but if ye believe not his writings, didn't he just say that he wrote about me? Didn't he just say that?
yes.
Let's see. This is John 5:46. For had ye believed Moses, ye would have believed me, for he wrote about me. So what is he saying? That everything that Moses is writing, it's about him, the Messiah. He says, but if you believe not his writings, what writings? The writings that talk about the Messiah. Where? Where is it saying? And they'll bring up 3 or 4 verses. Well, right here, he's talking about the Messiah. And right here, bro, this is crazy to me. You mean to
Yeah.
tell me that Jesus said this so he can point out a few verses that Moses wrote about him?
It's a lot.
Think about it. He wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. And Jesus said this because he's pointing out that Moses wrote a few verses about him, the Messiah. No, bro. The whole thing's about Christ. But in order to see it, it's only through the Spirit that you can see it. Period. That's why he says he wrote about me. And right after he tells you Moses wrote about me, your accuser who accuses you, but you keep running to him. You keep running to your accuser. They still don't get it. It still has not clicked in their head that the law that they keep going to, Moses used it to accuse them, bro. And they're like, "Oh, but we live in this world, though. We live in this world." Yeah, you're right. We do, bro. Where's the disagreement? We live in this world. Okay, then. Okay. You still ain't getting it. It still ain't clicking. It still ain't clicking. Your flesh is what's taking you back to the law, because in our spirit, the law is already written. And I'm talking about your flesh keeps taking you back to Moses' law, to Moses' law. You got to go to Moses' law, and Moses accuses you, and you think you're somehow doing something good because of Moses' law. You're missing it. The law is now written on your heart. The law is written on your heart, bro. Not Moses' law, the Torah, the Torah, the Torah. No, it's written on your heart now. For had ye believed Moses, you would have believed me, for he wrote of me. But if ye believe not his writings that contest of Christ, not contest on how you're supposed to be good, they contested of Christ, how shall ye believe my words, which are spirit? How? How are you going to believe my words? You're not. You're not going to believe his words. Again, you're saved. Some of these people are saved, but there's only so far that you're allowing God to take you, because you keep going back to Moses' law. And they say they don't, but they do. I'm telling you, they go back to Moses' law. They don't go back to who Moses wrote about. So they're caught in this weird purgatory. They're stuck. Like, they know that Jesus is the Messiah, but he wouldn't have wrote about all this if we didn't have to do it. And they go back to their flesh, right? And they'll even tell you, yeah, but your flesh is the one that does the good thing, right? No, the flesh doesn't do the good thing. The spirit already is the good thing. What we do out in this world is a byproduct of who we are in the inside. So to try to mix the two and say, well, that means your flesh is doing the right thing. No, the flesh is not doing the right thing. We're dying to the flesh. Our flesh is doing what we're telling it to do because we die to it. But I'm sitting there trying to tell you, if you know somebody who's acting this way, you are making a dire mistake. You're making a dire mistake trying to explain this to them over and over. Leave them alone. I'm sitting there telling you, you will not be able to be friends with this person long. All they'll say is, I don't see it. I don't see it. And you'll tell them, well, I don't see what you're saying. I don't see. I already know you don't see it. Why are you telling me that, it happens? They're like, well, I'm just telling you, man, I don't see it. I don't care. I don't care if you see it or not. What is that to me, whether you see it? What is it? Well, I just think you're wrong. I don't care if you think I'm wrong. You want to argue about it? Well, I'm not arguing about it. And guys, we're not even talking about this. We're talking about Nehemiah. So why am I bringing this up? I just told you why. Look, Nehemiah 14, I'm going to go over it one more time so you can understand what it is that I'm saying that Paul could see. Paul saw this. This is what helped Paul say what he said when he said Moses gave the law, because of this verse right here. It's just one verse. It's in here a lot of times, actually. So in 14, it says, and this is all the people. You understand? They're coming back into one accord because they're building the walls. They're doing all this stuff. It says, and madest known unto them thy holy Sabbath, thy commandments, them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses thy servant. So where did they learn the judgments and precepts and laws? Where did they learn this from? Who? Huh?
Moses.
By Moses. So did grace and truth come through Moses?
No.
No. Argument's over. The argument's over. Grace and truth did not come through Moses. So we understand what Moses wrote and we believe it. Moses wrote about Christ. That's what he wrote. So understanding that Christ is in his writings, now we don't go to his writings to fulfill what he gave. No, because he's the accuser. I don't understand what's so hard about this. So what I was talking about, again, because the law was given to a man and that man gave the law. But where did the law come from? Let's see if we can get this one right. Where did the law come from?
God.
It came from God. You understand? So this is how we know that the law is spiritual. So show me, where's the problem? If the law came from a spiritual place and he gave it to the man, where's the issue with the law then? Why does Paul say these things? There's people that will tell you, oh, it's because people were abusing the law. They weren't doing the right thing. And now we have Christ. Now we can do the no. No. So if the law was spiritual, what's the issue now? Why is Jesus saying he accuses you? Why is he saying that? If the law, go ahead.
Because they couldn't keep the law.
Yeah, I know, but no, I'm saying, why did he say, and the one you trust accuses you? That's it, bro. These are some very harsh words.
Yeah.
Think about it for a second. Why did Jesus, first of all, he's not lying. Moses did use the law to accuse them. Okay. But why? Why was he using the law to accuse? Anybody? Why was Moses using the thing that God gave him? Why was he using it to accuse?
To point
He
out
was the
sin.
lawgiver.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was to point out. Yeah. Okay. Listen. We all understand that the law is pointing out sin, and this is how people will use it today. But listen to what Jesus said. He said, the one you trust accuses you.
The one that gave you the law.
Yeah. The one that gave you the law, the one you trust accuses you. To show the sin? No, that's a very small part of it. It was because the flesh is going to do what the flesh does. Do you understand? The father of the flesh is Satan. Do you understand? So when the law was given to Moses, the flesh does what the flesh does. You understand? The flesh does what the flesh does. It wasn't just to show sin in the people. It was to show that Moses had a body of sin. You understand? It was to show that Moses, his body was of sin, because that's what he did with it. He accused. Who's the accuser? Satan. So if Satan is the accuser, are we not pay attention to what the words? Is Jesus God?
Yeah, buddy.
He's God. And he says that the one you trust accuses you, like Satan. So Jesus is not making stuff up. He's God. And he called what Moses was doing, he used the word accuser. How dare you? Jesus is the second person. Alex, what are you talking about? Alex, what are you talking about? Oh, he's not even up here. Oh, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if you're. I don't know what you're talking about though. So whether you're joking or not, I don't even know. I don't. I just didn't know what you meant. These are some. Again, it's some harsh words. So you know how these people that will try to put you under the law, all this law stuff, right? They'll say that the scribe and Pharisees, they weren't doing the law right. They were hypocrites. They were breaking the law, right? Ain't that what they say?
Yeah.
Right? Well, then why did Jesus go straight to Moses and say, he's your accuser? It's not about what they're lying about this whole thing about, well, see, the scribes and the Pharisees in those days, nah. Jesus said, the one you trust. He didn't say the scribes and the Pharisees, those are the one. No. He went to the big daddy. He said, the one you trust accuses you. So when they try to say that it was the scribe and the Pharisees those days, they weren't doing what they were supposed to do. They were wrong. They were hypocrites. But see, today, no. Moses, my friend, goes all the way to Moses. Stop trying to use the scribes and the Pharisees that were walking around Jesus. Absolutely not. Jesus went straight to the root and said, Moses, the one you trust, accuses you. Where is this idea coming from that the scribes and the Pharisees, they were hypocrites. They weren't doing it right. So was Moses doing it right? Huh? Hello? Was Moses doing it right?
No.
So if Moses is not doing it right, where are they getting the idea that somebody's going to do it right regarding what Moses was given if the root wasn't even doing it right? So are we saying that when Jesus said, even the one you trust accuses you, so is Jesus in agreement that Moses should have been accusing or no? Do you think Jesus thought it was a good thing that Moses was accusing them with the law? You think that was a good
A
thing?
good thing? No.
No, because he calls him an accuser, bro. An accuser. That's what he calls Satan, accuser. He's putting Moses in the same category with Satan. He accuses you. Why? How come Moses is in the same category with Satan? Trop be
They both
running.
accused.
Trop be running it. Forget Chris Brown. Chris Brown. What the heck?
Oh my lord.
What are y'all talking about, Chris Brown?
It's a really old reference to a secular song.
Don't pay me no mind.
What is what are we talking about? Well, who's Chris Brown? What's that got to do? What are we talking about?
You say, let me see if I can run it.
He's a secular artist.
Yeah.
He does like R&B.
Yeah, what the heck's that got to do?
pop.
Where's the correlation? I don't get it.
She was saying you're running it. You're on fire.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, y'all.
Thank you, CJ. Appreciate
Man, y'all be throwing me around. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Proceed.
Moses didn't accuse anyone. That's not scripture. Oh my God. Well, I don't know who that is.
Oh, then Jesus lied.
So Jesus,
Oh,
okay, so Jesus lied. Jesus said, and the one you trust, Moses, accuses you. So Moses didn't accuse. Jesus told them that Moses accused them. In John chapter 6. So Jesus lied. That's 100% scripture. Lord have mercy. That's red on the white pages. Not just black letters on a white page, red. Like that one's very clear.
So to answer your question, because they're both accusers.
Yeah, but how is Moses able to be an accuser?
Oh, he's the mediator of that covenant.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but he's fallen man though. That's why. Right? The fallen.
Oh yeah.
Fallen flesh.
Yeah.
The seed of Satan. So the law was given to Moses, and he used it to accuse the people. He used it to accuse. All right. I'll say this last part and I'll be done. So again, you have this, like, it's, even though it's a direct line from God, they did not get the law from God. They got it from Moses. And these people hate this. Yeah, bro, but he got it from God. So they think that because Moses gave it, or because God gave the law to Moses, they're saying, yeah, bro. They're thinking that the Bible is just showing us that God gave it to Moses and then Moses gave it to the people. You understand? They think they're just seeing it being handed off. They don't see the meaning behind why it's not coming directly from God to the people. They don't see the meaning, which is wild. When I say wild, it is wild. It's no small thing. It's no small thing. Again, how come?
Unknown caller.
Again, how come Adam was not created directly from the dust of Eden? Huh? How come Adam did not directly come from the dust of Eden? Are y'all understanding? Let me ask you this way. Could God have just made the first Adam directly from the soil of Eden? Because it was tainted.
Could he?
Hold on a second. Because it was tainted? Absolutely not. What are you talking about, Morgan?
What?
I'm not talking to you,
No.
Christian. Mute. Morgan, what are you talking about? Because it was tainted. What? What was tainted? Morgan, what? Hold on a second. Morgan, what was tainted? Not sure? You don't even know what you're talking about? Oh, Lord.
So if Adam was made from Eden, would he have been like an angel?
No, Adam was a man. He wouldn't have been like an angel. No.
Even if he was made from Eden?
Yeah, even if he was made from Eden. Yeah, because that's where the second Adam came from. Jesus came to this world as a man, not an angel.
Oh, because he wasn't the Redeemer.
Well, yeah, let me just go through it though. Go ahead and keep thinking, but let me go through it. Okay, Morgan, the soil of Eden was tainted? No, it wasn't. Morgan, what are you talking about? The soil of Eden was tainted? That's why Adam wasn't created from the soil of Eden, because it was tainted? Where are you getting this from? Absolutely not. What books are you reading? Because
Maybe
Satan.
she is talking about.
Hold on. Let me deal with the because Satan was in the garden. Okay, so you're saying Eden was tainted before Adam and Eve ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? That's what you're saying? That it was tainted before they ate? And Satan wasn't in the garden. Lucifer was, but not Satan. The accuser was not in the garden yet. Look, the Eden soil was not tainted. Everything was good. So when God made Adam from the dust of the ground, and it's referring to the earth, when he made Adam from that dust of the ground, no ground was tainted. The Eden soil wasn't, the earth soil, none of it was. So my question is, listen to my question, guys. Why did not God just make Adam from the dust from the ground in Eden? He planted a garden there. So there clearly there's soil there. Why didn't he make man directly? I'm getting you to think about this. Okay. And the live I had the other day where I talked about some of this, Eden was made after Adam. No, it was all made together, right? The heavens and the earth, it was all made together, and it was very good. It was all made together. Are you talking about because of the days? Talking about because of the days? Yeah, but it still doesn't answer my question. I'm not talking about the order, Alex. I'm saying why didn't God choose to make Adam? Why didn't he form him from the dust of directly from the garden? Yeah, I know what you're saying, but my question still remains. Why did not God choose to form man from the dust directly from Eden? That's my question. Not which one was here first, second, third. That doesn't matter. God could have waited. You understand? No, God put him in the garden. But even though that's not completely wrong, Saba. But my question is, yeah, I know, but my question is, even though that's not wrong, what you're saying, but there's a reason that God did not make Adam directly from the soil of Eden. There is a reason, and part of it is because they had to make a choice. That is part of it. But again, it's the same thing what we're talking about. Listen, what's happening in the story of Nehemiah, where they're reminiscing, and they're saying, "Hey, God, you're the God that brought us, out from Egypt, that split the sea. You took us to Sinai. You did all these things, Lord." And then the thing he mentions right here, because it's important, it says, "Made us known unto them thy holy Sabbath, commandments, precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses." Why didn't God just give the law directly to the people? Are y'all understanding what I'm pointing out?
To prove them, to try them, to see if they would do his word or not.
Well, I mean, that's what it says, why he gave it to Moses. I'm asking, why didn't he just give it to him directly? Do you understand?
Why did God not give the law
Because it
directly
was
to the people?
made for the Lord to do, not mankind. It's kind of like when it says the Sabbath was not made for the Lord, but it was made for man.
Yeah, but do you
So
understand?
man
Do you
could
understand?
rest in God.
Yeah, but do you understand what I'm pointing? Why is there always this mediation? It's not just the law. It's with Adam. How come Adam was not just formed directly from Eden? Why did he create the earth and use that soil? The soil was just as good as Eden. It was perfect. It was good. Fallen? No, nothing was fallen yet. Adam didn't come from fallen soil. He came from very good ground. After everything was created, it says that God called it very good. Everything. Do you understand? I don't think you're putting together what it is I'm asking you. Because I'm asking you, why did God not create Adam directly from Eden? The same question is, why didn't God just give the law directly to the people? I'm not asking you to answer the individual questions. I'm asking,
A mediator. Man needs a mediator. And that's always going to be the Lord. But to the children of Israel, it was Moses.
Okay, yeah, but you're trying to answer one. I need you to answer both. You understand? You're answering one. You're trying to separate these two questions. It's the same question for these two things. God did not give the law directly to the people, and God did not make Adam directly from the soil of Eden. He created earth, and he used that to make Adam. You don't have to answer right now. This is not something you got to rush into. Okay? Because you're probably not going to get it right by rushing. It ain't going to happen that way. I'm just trying to show.
For the Moses one, he said, "Oh, sorry."
No, I don't want the Moses one. I don't want the Moses one, and I want you to answer both of them together. Why?
I don't understand the question.
I know. So go think about what I'm saying. Let me ask, who does understand? Okay. You have to understand the Moses one because you started answering it. Jennifer, did you understand?
Well, yeah, I understand
Okay.
that part,
All
but
right,
I don't
Hold on. So now, hold on.
I understand.
Hold on. Now let me ask you about what I'm saying about Adam. Do you understand the Adam one or no?
Well, it's the same thing because of rest. He
No.
was supposed
I don't want
to.
you to answer it. I'm asking if you understand what I'm asking. My question about Adam is how come Adam, and I don't want you to answer it. I want you to answer if you
I'm
understand.
confused.
Okay. So Adam was not created directly from Eden. God created earth, and that's the soil he made. So I'm asking, how come he just didn't make Adam, the first Adam, from the soil of Eden? That's my question about that. Do you understand the question, Jennifer?
No, I
No?
don't.
You don't
Mm-mm.
understand the question. My question is, how come God didn't create the first Adam from the soil in Eden? Who understands that question?
I understand the question.
All right. Does anybody else?
Unknown caller.
And didn't answer it.
No, I'm not asking for the answer right now. I'm asking if who understands it. Who understands the question? CJ, anybody else understand? Benny?
The question. Yes. I understand the question.
Benny,
Nah, I don't understand.
you don't? All right, I'm gonna ask you. Let me ask you directly. Listen. I'm not asking you to answer the question. I just want to see if you understand what I'm asking. How come God didn't form Adam directly from the
Unknown.
How come God did not form Adam directly from Eden? Why did he form him from the earth? So I guess let me ask.
Okay, I understand the question.
Okay,
All right.
I'm not asking you to answer it, but the question's pretty simple. Like he did not create Adam directly from Eden. He created earth, and from earth he formed Adam. So the question's very simple. Why did he not form Adam from Eden? I'm showing something with the law. God could have easily presented the law to the people. God could have easily presented the law to the people, but he didn't. He gave it to a man, and the man gave it. Do you see how there's a mediation in both? Benny, you see that?
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I said, though. So how was I wrong?
You didn't answer the
That's
question.
what
You didn't answer the question.
I said.
No, hold on.
There needs to be a mediator,
Hold
and
on a
that's
second.
always the Lord.
Yeah, but that's not the answer. That's not the answer to the question, Jennifer. Do you understand? That's not the answer. So
I'm lost. I'm
only asking you if
confused.
You're confused about. So you don't understand the question about Eden.
Yeah, I guess so. Because I'm pretty positive the answer is because they needed a mediator.
I'm not asking you to.
Has always needed a mediator.
That's not the answer. I just told you that's not the answer. You keep saying that is the answer. No, it's not. So my question is, do you understand?
Then I don't understand the question because I'm pretty sure that would be the right answer if I understood the question correctly.
Hold on a second. You either understand, Jennifer, the question I'm asking about Eden, or you don't. So what you're saying is if you're
I'm pretty sure I'm confused.
No,
if
you're not.
That's not the correct answer.
No, then you're no. The reason why you're saying you're confused is because your answer's wrong.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So you're not confused about the question. You just don't know the answer. But you're saying, but I'm confused about the question. You're not confused. You're not confused. I don't know why you're even saying you're confused. All right, so I need y'all to think on that, and we'll come to the answer here in a minute. I don't think anybody is confused about what I'm asking. Whether you know the answer or not, that's completely different.
I gotta go reread it. I don't even know if I agree with the question.
You don't know if you agree with the question? What do you mean?
Right. But I'm gonna ponder on it. I won't elaborate right now. I'm gonna ponder on it.
All right,
I'm
let
gonna
me see.
think
All
about
right,
it because
all right, check this out. Right now I have a cup in my right hand. It may look like it's in the left hand in the screen, but it's in my right hand. Does anybody understand that? Are y'all not inhaling oxygen today, or what?
Oh my gosh, yes, we understand
Okay,
that.
so if you understand that, there ain't nothing to read into. The question's real simple. Why didn't God create Adam from the dust of Eden?
Because he didn't want to.
No, but for you to say he didn't want to, you understand the question though, right?
hold on, try.
The
Yeah.
question ain't
So
hard.
let me. So try. What I'm saying is, do you mean like in the east of Eden in the garden, or are you talking about Eden as a whole?
Okay, so all right, let me just ask you this, Benny. Adam is earthly, right? Right?
Yeah.
So the only way he's called earthly is because it's the dust of the earth of the ground, because he grabbed Adam from there and put him in Eden.
Okay, I got you. I'm with you.
It said that he took man and put him in Eden. So he wasn't already in Eden. He put him there. But the soil he used is still perfect. The soil's still perfect.
I'm with you.
All right. So it's not wrong to say that soil is Eden, meaning pleasant, because it was. If it was pleasant, God wouldn't have called everything that he made, he wouldn't have called it very good. So if Eden's soil was very good, the soil of the earth was very good. So the question is, we know that he formed man from the earth, because from there he took him and put him in Eden. But my question is, why didn't he just make them directly from Eden soil? Right? Eden is a soil. God planted a garden in it. The question's not hard, okay? But the Bible does this in a lot of ways, and I talked about this the other day. I got into it. Was it yesterday or day before?
So you don't want the answer right now, right?
Right.
You just.
I don't want it. I don't want it right now because, like Jennifer, y'all just gonna be spitting stuff out. Jennifer ain't been right yet. She gets mad at me, and then she says she's confused. No, you ain't confused.
We need the answer.
I am confused.
Oh, well,
We need the answer.
who else is confused about the question?
I think
I'm
she's
not confused about the question.
answer.
I'm just confused about the answer.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Jennifer is too. She trying to act like you ain't. My question is not hard. My question is not hard. So, all right, but I'm trying. But
You're
listen,
speaking in parabolic language.
no, I'm not.
You need to speak
Nope.
my language.
I'm speaking. No, you need to listen better. I'm speaking very clear. Why wasn't Adam? Why did God choose not to form Adam from Eden's dust? Why did he choose to use the earth dust to make them? There's nothing complicated about that. Real simple. And there's 5 people here that understands what I'm asking. But together, okay? So 14, it says, and madest known unto them thy holy Sabbath, commandments, precepts, statutes, laws, by the hand of Moses, thy servant. And this is why Paul said the law was given by Moses, but grace and truth came through Christ. Why did not God just present? Obviously, Moses is a mediator. That's obvious. That has nothing to do with the answer. Okay? That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking, why didn't God just do it himself? Why was Adam not formed directly from Eden? Why did God choose to use the earth that he created? All right. So that was 14. And I brought all that up because we are in Nehemiah. And these are the things that is being brought up. These people are becoming in one accord based on everything they know in the past, and they're coming back into one accord, okay? We'll come back to that answer. Y'all ponder on it. Jennifer, if you're still confused, you don't got to come up and say you're confused. You just stay muted, and we'll all know that you're still confused. While everybody else starts throwing answers out there, it's all good, not a big deal. All right, so we're going to be on 15. Grace, you here?
Yes, sir.
All right, so 15 to 20. That's where we're at.
Okay. And gavest them bread from heaven for their hunger, and broughtest forth water for them out of the rock for their thirst, and promised them that they should go to possess the land which thou hast sworn to give them. But they and our fathers dealt proudly, and hardened their necks, and hearkened not to thy commandments, and refused to obey, neither were mindful of the wonders that thou didst among them, but hardened their necks, and in their rebellion appointed a captain to return to their bondage. Excuse me. But thou art a God ready to pardon, gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, and forsookest them not. Yea, when they had made them a molten calf, and said, This is thy God that brought them up out of Egypt, and had wrought great provocations. Yet thou, in thy manifold mercies, forsooketh them not in the wilderness. The pillar of the cloud departed not from them by day, to lead them in the way. Neither the pillar of fire by night, to show them light, and the way wherein they should go. Verse 20. Thou gavest also thy good spirit to instruct them, and withheldest not the manna from their mouth, and gavest them water for their thirst.
All right, let me say something about 20 real quick. So he says,
Okay.
Thou gavest also thy good spirit to instruct them. And it says, and heldest not thy manna. You did not hold back your manna. But they first said, Thou gavest also thy good spirit to instruct them. Before it says the cloud and the fire, it starts naming all these things, how they knew how to do stuff, right? And it says, and gave them water for their thirst. Now up here, it says, where is it at? Where's the rock at? Bread, 15. And gave them bread from heaven. Isn't that the manna in 15? What's bread from heaven? Isn't that manna? So it says,
That's manna.
that's manna. And it says, and gave them bread from heaven for their hunger, and brought us forth water from them out of the rock for their thirst. And then we come down here in 20, and it says, Thou gavest also thy good spirit to instruct them, and withheldest not thy manna. Why are they bringing up the manna again? Up here, they called it bread.
Titles matter.
Down here, it's right. That's right. And it says, and gavest them water for their thirst. Let's see. That was 20, right? Let me see. Where is?
Yeah, I stopped at 20.
Yeah. All right. Who can read from there?
I'll read.
All right.
Yea, 40 years didst thou sustain them in the wilderness, so that they lacked nothing. Their clothes waxed not old, and their feet swelled not. Moreover, thou gavest them kingdoms and nations, and didst divide them into corners, so they possessed the land of Sihon. and the land of the king Heshbon, and the land of Og, king of Bashan. Their children also multiplieth thou as the stars of heaven, and broughtest them into the land, concerning which thou hadst promised to their fathers, that they should go in to possess it. So the children went in and possessed the land, and thou subduest before them the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, and gavest them into their hands, with their kings and the people of the land, that they might do with them as they would. And they took strong cities and a fat land, and possessed houses full of all goods, wells digged, vineyards and olive yards, and fruit trees in abundance. So they did eat and were filled, and became fat, and delighted themselves in the great goodness. Nevertheless, they were disobedient, and rebelled against thee, and cast thy law behind their backs, and slew thy prophets, which testified against them, to turn them to thee, and they wrought great provocations. Therefore thou delivered them into the hand of their enemies, who vexed them. And in the time of their trouble, when they cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and according to thy manifold mercies, thou gavest them saviors, who saved them out of the hand of their enemies. But after they had rest, they did evil again before thee. Therefore leftest thou them in the land of their enemies, so that they had the dominion over them. Yet when they returned and cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and many times didst thou deliver them according to thy mercies, and testifieth against them, that thou mightest bring them again unto thy law. Yet they dealt proudly, and hearkened not unto thy commandment, but sinned against thy judgments. Which if a man do, he shall live in them. And withdrew the shoulder and hardened their neck, and would not hear. Yet many years didst thou forbear them, and testified against them by thy spirit in thy prophets, yet would they not give ear. Therefore gavest thou them into the hand of the people of the lands. Nevertheless, for thy great mercy's sake, thou didst not utterly consume them, nor forsake them. For thou art a gracious and merciful God. Now therefore, our God, the great, the mighty, and the terrible God, who keepeth covenant and mercy, let not all the trouble seem little before thee that has come upon us, on our kings, on our princes, and on our priests, and on our prophets, and on our fathers, and on all thy people, since the time of the kings of Assyria unto this day. Howbeit thou art just in all that is brought upon us, for thou hast done right, but we have done wicked.
Unknown caller.
Neither have our kings, our princes, our priests, nor our fathers kept thy law, nor hearkened unto thy commandments and thy testimonies, wherewith thou didst testify against them. For they have not served thee in their kingdom, and in thy great goodness that thou gavest them, and in the large and fat land which thou gavest before them. Neither turn they from their wicked works. Behold, we are servants this day. And for the land that thou gavest unto our fathers to eat the fruit thereof and the good thereof, behold, we are servants in it. And it yielded much increase unto the kings whom thou hast set over us because of our sins. Also, they have dominion over our bodies and over our cattle at their pleasure, and we are in great distress. And because of all this, we make a sure covenant and write it, and our princes, Levites, and priests seal unto it.
Okay, and we get into chapter 10, and I'm
Amen.
just going to read the first part right here. It says, Now those that sealed were Nehemiah, the Tarshatha, the son of Hakaliah, and Zedekiah. And then it starts going through all these names. And I'm telling you right now, more than likely, they said all these names out loud in front of everybody. Okay. And it comes all the way down to, let's see, 28. Let me see. And the rest of the people, this is 1028. Rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the porters, singers, the Nethinimims, and all that they had separated themselves from the people of the lands unto the law of God, their wives, sons, daughters. And it starts going into everything that they have to do according to the law. And we can read it another day. Okay. We'll do 10, half of 10 is going to be missing. We might be able to do 10 and 11 together. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. 10 and 11. We might be able to do 10 and 11 together, right? Because it's going over all this stuff. All right. But today we focused on 9. And one of the main things that I wanted to focus is, well, obviously the whole 9, but let me go back to, see. All right, so they name all these people: Jeshu, Bani, let's see, Kadamil, and some, let me see, Shabania. I don't think the other one has. Yeah, the other one does have it, but one of the names is different. Pethahiah. I don't think that's in the other side, but that's really not the main point I'm making, though. But it names all these people also in 9, and it says this about them: that they then stood up upon the stairs of the Levites, and it names all these people right here, and cried with a loud voice unto the Lord their God. Then the Levites, Jeshu, Kadmiel, names all these people. And when they're all up there, said, stand up and bless the Lord your God forever and ever, and blessed be thy glorious name, which is exalted above all blessings and praise. Thou, even thou art Lord alone. Thou hast made heaven, the heaven of heavens, and with all their host, the earth, and all things that are therein, the seas that are therein. Um, thou preservest all of them, and the host of heaven worshipeth thee. Thou art the Lord thy God. They literally, again, I'm telling you, so just like Elisha was on Mount Carmel against the 40 prophets of Baal, he builds the altar, but he gets all the people involved so they can be in one accord. And we see Nehemiah, or actually the where is it at? Because in 8 it wasn't Nehemiah. Ezra. So in 8 it says, and Ezra the scribe stood up upon the pulpit of wood which they had made, and beside him, and it names all the people, are 6 on his right, 7 on his left, but he becomes the 7th on the right side because of his name. And so we get to 9, and then there's another groups of people. Instead of 7, there's 8, which is new beginnings. So you got God's number, perfect, as they're coming into one accord, and then there's 2 8s, just like there were 2 7s, 7, 8, which is new beginnings, right? And now that they're at a new beginning, and we know that it's a new beginning because the walls that they built are new. Everything that they're doing, it's new. It is a new beginning, but it was God that told Nehemiah to go do this, which we've already talked about, that this is representing Christ. That's what it's representing. Who is going to build up the walls, build up the city. And it led us to 14. So it's Nehemiah 9:14. Again, you don't have to go over this when you're going over Nehemiah, because what it's really pointing out in 8 and 9 is the number 7 and the number 8, proving to us that it was God that told him to do this based on just the numbers themselves and a lot of other things. And then we get into chapter 9, and now it's 2 groups of 8, which is new beginnings. So now they're going back and they're remembering, right? Memorial stoning here. They're going back and they're saying, you're the God that did all these things. And it's just something that I am pointing out, that which is something that I always talk about when I go over this part right here, which is Nehemiah 9:14. And it says, and I read this a million times, but the part is where it says, let's see, and made us known unto them thy holy Sabbath. So made us known unto them. I'll write it down this way. Let's see, thy laws. And then this is the part right here. By the hand of Moses, thy servant. Hold on a second. All right. Thy servant. even though what we're going over is Nehemiah, all these things, again, I'm always asked, hey, what are you studying right now? I study the entire Bible. Okay. It's very rare for me to like topics, and I don't do that. I study the entire thing. And little by little, you'll just start seeing the whole thing as one. You will not see it compartmentalized. You won't see it that way. so the question that I'm asking, and y'all don't have to answer right now, but I'm gonna put regarding Adam, the first Adam. Regarding the first Adam, why wasn't he formed from direct Eden? All right. And regarding the law, why didn't God give law direct to the people? Oh. Oh, you know what? And obviously, I'm looking for the most correct answer. Okay. So obviously, we can say, because God does whatever he wants, or like Jennifer, well, we had to have a mediator. Well, obviously, we had to have, the whole Bible talks about having a mediator, but there's a most correct answer that goes with this, and it's very important. Is it something that you'll already know or maybe heard or understood? Yeah, but you should be able to put it together with this right here. Right? You understand? You should be able to put it together. All right. Anybody got anything? Oh, man. Oh my God, who's watching a horror? Amazing, you watching a horror film? Or
Oh, brother, that ain't me, brother. I just have to come off mute at the
oh,
same time. Somebody over there hollering, helter skelter.
That was me. Sorry about
that's
that,
hard.
y'all.
It's like, boy,
It's not horror.
you
though.
watching
It's,
Freddy Krueger over there, boy.
no, it was on on the Comet channel. Xena the Warrior Princess or something else.
You said you were gonna go over the Baal scripture about Balaam.
Yeah, I told you to bring it.
And,
Yeah,
and
I told you to bring it to the panel so we could talk about it. Yeah, yeah. Does anybody want to take a stab at what I'm asking? Because what I'm asking is not, it's not difficult at all. The answer may be, but not what I'm asking.
Well, what first comes to my mind is he put them in a place I think that they had to accept or choose to abide in.
Hold on a second. Alex, what do you mean me? Alex, what's the word me mean? Go ahead, Amazing.
That's a simple answer that comes to my mind is that he, even though he placed them in a place of solace and perfection, even though they were made perfect, but he placed them in a perfect place that they had to accept, they had to embrace.
What, Amazing? What are you Amazing? What are you talking about?
You say why he didn't put them in the garden? Why he didn't make him from the dust of the earth? Why he didn't make him from Eden?
Yeah, Adam. Yeah, but there's listen, there's two questions I'm asking. They go together. Two questions.
Oh.
So one question is regarding Adam, why wasn't he formed from direct Eden soil, right? We know that he made him from the dust of the earth, right? Because he's earthly. But why didn't he make Adam? Why didn't he make Adam directly from the soil of Eden? Okay, so think about that. And it's a two-part question. So based on Nehemiah, we see that, and we know because Paul tells us that that the law was given by Moses, but grace and truth came through Christ, right? So Moses didn't give grace and truth. He gave the law. So regarding the law, why didn't God give the law directly to the people? Right? So we already understand that we needed a mediator, but that's not the answer to what I'm asking. It's not the answer. It's not even close to the answer. Okay.
Well, it's kind of like what you said yesterday. Adam was earthly, and so was Jesus Christ. That's how they both were sons, right? They man. But one came from the soul. One possessed the soul of God. The other one didn't.
Yeah. Like Adam is earthly, and Jesus is a quickening spirit, right? So
correct.
So we know that on this side of the cross we had a mediator, right? So but the question is, it's two questions. I'm trying to show you. A lot of you ask me, hey, what are you studying, or what are you, this is something I ain't really went over. And there's like two more steps to what I'm getting at. And what it is y'all are used to me going over stuff that y'all have already heard. You understand? So y'all haven't heard me really go over this. So it's not something that's going to click. So what I'm asking is not causing confusion. It's never gone over it with you, right? And you don't know what I'm getting at. But when I go over it, you'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm just trying to show you that everything that we know about the Bible, it is confirmed in a lot of ways." That's something that I've always been consistent with going over stuff, is showing you something that you know is true, but in the Old Testament, it shows us another way and another way. It constantly, this is how we move in our relationship with God from faith to faith, because it's everywhere. You understand? It's all over the place. What's up, Sojo, man? My favorite fan. My number one
Chad, I
fan.
know yesterday we talked about Jesus weeping. I'm not getting off the answer to that question, and it's just very difficult to answer right now. But yesterday we talked about Jesus weeping, and we talked about, you know, he weeps for us because there was no way that we could go to God in our flesh. He was the only one that could go to God like that. But in the Garden of Gethsemane, you know, it is always taught that Jesus, when he's in the Garden of Gethsemane, that he is crying out to God. And he even says, if there is another way, or this cup of suffering, if it could be another way.
If the
But
cup
then
shall pass, if the cup can pass, yeah.
the cup of suffering. And, but then he says, nevertheless, not my will.
Mm-hmm.
So it is always taught that he is crying out to not have to go to the cross.
Okay. Yeah.
But then he says, nevertheless, not my will, but thy will be done. Okay.
Yeah. So it is taught that that, you know, he's trying to like ask for another way. It is taught like that.
Right.
Am I invisible to brethren, Lord my God? How much longer must I suffer? Alex, what are you talking? Yeah, hold on. Alex, hold on. Let me see. He might have had a question up here. Hold on a second. Sir Trot.
You have an answer.
Sir Trot, my answer awaits your reading.
Sir Trot. I'll show you Sir Trot.
Well, he must have the answer to the Adam and Moses question.
No, I think he's saying he just wants me to hurry up and just say it.
Oh, okay.
No, he put an answer in there.
Ears
he put an
are
answer in there?
waiting
Hold on
to
a second.
Yeah,
Where?
long time ago.
He
Okay,
said
hold on.
Adam was supposed to have dominion of kingdom of earth because Jesus is king of heaven. Kingdom.
Adam was supposed to have kingdom of the earth because what now?
Dominion of kingdom of earth because Jesus
Well,
is king
all
of
right,
heaven.
I will say that's close. It's close. That the way he's looking at that will help you get the answer. What he's looking at. Obviously, the answer is wrong, but the way you're looking at it is kind of right.
Yeah, because it's only one that can come from Eden, from the bosom.
Okay, all right. So if there's only one that can come from the bosom, what does that let us know right now? If there's only
Adam.
huh?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If there's only one that can come from the bosom of the Father, what does that let us know? What is that supposed to guarantee in our head? Understanding what I'm pointing is what guarantees something again. And then later on, I'll point it out again. And it guarantees something. That way you don't try to go back to the law. These things is what confirms something that cannot happen. It cannot happen. It will never happen because there's only one that can come from the bosom. And Jennifer, it has nothing to do with mediator. Okay. Even though Jesus is our mediator, this understanding confirms something. What I'm showing is just another way he confirms it.
You can never lose your salvation like a set of keys.
Well, that's not the right answer. But what does it confirm? Okay, inheritance is not wrong. Okay, but it's not wrong.
It confirms that he looked for a man and couldn't find
Right
one.
there,
So
yeah, that's it.
Man has to choose.
Right. It confirms that a man can't do it, bro. This is what it.
Yeah.
Now listen, you'll say to
And I say that.
yourself, you'll say to yourself, well, I already know man can't do it. As a head knowledge, you know it as a head knowledge. But look what I'm showing you. This is not head knowledge. This is wisdom in here. You understand? This is what helps you get that head knowledge. This is what helps you root it. This is not about passing a test. You don't ask someone, hey, can man do it? Everybody will pass the test. Nah, bro, man can't do it. But when you see what I'm showing you, this, and you're questioning certain things about Bible or whatever, you'll be led to these things right here. And it's a way that he shows you. You won't question it. You won't question it ever again. But someone who is like, for instance, well, the law, well, you know, the law of this, the law, they don't see these things right here, bro. They don't see it. They go back to what they need to do. That the law was here. God, we got to do these things, guys. The law, man. I mean, you know, why? No, man, we got to do it because we're here. Nah, bro. You're not thinking in inheritance. I mean, in the way Paul was looking at eternity. You're not thinking in eternity. You're thinking of right now. What can I do right now? There's only one that can come from the bosom of the Father. There's only one. And because there's only one, that means from the very beginning, you couldn't do it, period. So as soon as you start going back to the law as though there's something you need to do, you missed it again. And these kind of things that I'm showing you, this is what helps you stand firm on not getting swindled to going back to the law and going to Moses, who accuses you.
That was a great observation and a great connection, because even Adam was, though he was made perfect with a flesh that didn't
Benny, you cut out.
from the jump.
Hold on, Benny, you cut out, bro. I didn't hear what you said.
Benny, you're gone.
I said that's a great observation and a connection you made, that even though Adam was made with a body that didn't have corruption already in it,
right,
he still couldn't do it. Only God can do it.
All right.
This is what God has been calling us to do from the jump, is lean on me. That's what he's telling you.
All right, so watch. So again, listen to my question. Listen to the way I'm asking this question, because the question's there. Regarding the first Adam, why wasn't he formed directly from Eden, meaning the soil that God used to create or to plant the garden that we know as the Garden of Eden? This is soil. He could have just made Adam directly from it. He could have just made Adam directly from it, but he doesn't. He creates an earth, and from that earth, and you got to understand this, the earth was perfect. This part is what has to, you cannot throw this part out. It was perfect. Listen, there was nothing made that was made without Christ. So the thing, and by the way, I know there's some people that sent me some messages saying, hey, when you going to upload what you talked about? Guys, I don't know who thinks that I'm going to talk about something and be scared to upload it. Some of the questions that I got, hey, how come here? And I'm like, God dang, like, there's sometimes I didn't upload something for a month. I didn't hear nobody crying about them video. Why is everybody making such a fuss about this one? And they're like, oh, well, I don't know. You said some stuff there. Well, like, if I'm scared to post what I don't think you know me yet then. I ain't scared to post anything I say. I'll back it up. I'll back it up what I say. And what it is, you know, what it is people, I don't know, like maybe you're scared to say something to somebody and you think, I'm not scared to say this stuff that I'm saying right here. This is not normal to popular belief today. Okay. It's not normal for popular belief. People will be real scared to repeat what I'm saying. But when it's rooted in you, you're not scared to say it because you understand it. All right. Now I will say this. But I
want to say,
go ahead.
I did want to say the reason why he couldn't, he didn't, because there's only one gardener that is from the bosom or from Eden, and that's Jesus. That's why when he resurrected in the garden, Mary supposed him to be the gardener. She didn't speak to him like, hey, Jesus, you resurrected. She thought he was the gardener,
Yeah.
which he was.
Which
the
he
Bible's
was.
explaining that truth.
Yeah. And it's there. The truth is there. So again, the question regarding the first Adam, why wasn't he formed directly from Eden? Because listen, if everything that has been made and is made is from Christ, Christ is in whatever is made. Do you understand? If his word made it, that thing is the word of God, whatever it is. You understand? It's the word. So if it is the word, it's the word through the word. I mean, the word spoke it, it becomes what it is. And for some reason, people separate that from God. Is God separated from his word?
Ooh, this is a good
No.
Islamic argument.
No.
God is not separated from his word. So the Bible says that when God speaks, his word doesn't come back void. Do you understand? That means when he speaks it, it becomes what it is. But it is still remains the word of God. Still remains the word. So when people freak out because they hear me say that when the first Adam was made from the earth, it was not fallen. This is where people make a huge mistake. The earth was not fallen. But when Adam was formed from the dust of the earth, it's still Eden soil, but not direct. If you can pick up what I'm telling you the dimension that I'm talking about here, the wisdom of God is just extraordinary. I try to tell y'all this. Every little thing that he is doing has 100 reasons behind it. But if you can just grasp one, if you can grasp one reason why he did this, the other reasons will open up. The other ones. So the earth came from his bosom. The earth directly came from his bosom. But Adam was not formed directly, but yet that is his bosom. The earth is still part of his bosom, but not direct. Not direct. The word spoke the earth, and the earth was here. All of this to prove, all of it proves that it is true when the Bible says, or when Jesus says, my words are spirit. If Jesus's words are spirit, and the spirit created everything, guys, it was spirit. The earth was what not invisible. I don't know if Saba's still here. Every time Saba hears spirit, she thinks invisible. That's not what that means. That's not what it means. But Adam was formed from very good soil. Everything was made, and God called it very good. All of it, the heavens and the earth, they were both called very good. So the idea that somehow the earth that God spoke into existence is lower, it's not lower. It's God's word that made it. It's not lower. You'll hear pastors even today, they talk about Adam or they'll talk about us and they'll say, you're just the dust of the ground. And they're thinking the fallen world. That's what they think. It was not like that from the beginning. The earth, God did not create it at a fallen state. It was not fallen. So it was very good. So when Adam was made, he was very good because he came from something that was very good. But it wasn't direct. It wasn't direct. And then he took man, which is still very good. And if you don't understand that he 100% was seed of his kind, talking about Jesus, Adam 100% was as Jesus was. 100% because he came from his word. So when people are like, don't understand what I'm saying, I'm like, bro, like, I don't know how else to say it to you, but it's true. Doesn't the Bible say right now in 1 John 4:17, as he is, so are we in this world? Ain't that what it says? So you're going to tell me that Adam was not as he was? Yes, he was, bro. 100%. He was as Christ was. So, but it says that after he formed the man from the dust of the ground, that he took him and put him in Eden. So the Bible says when the Bible says where you come from, that is where you will return. I don't know why people are like, okay, well, yeah, but he's going to return to the earth because he's earthly. Bro, the earth was not at a fallen state. It was very good. So Adam is going to return to that which is very good. Eden is still Eden. It's still Eden, period. All the soil came from there. It's perfect. But when he created the earth, he was showing us something. And that's not easy to explain, but he was showing us something. And so when you see this with Adam, and then you go to the law and you see that he gives the law to Adam, he doesn't give the law direct. And you look at the stories like, well, they didn't want it. And then you're still missing what I'm saying. No, duh, they didn't freaking want it. Okay. Get off level 1 for God's sakes. No, duh. But something is still remaining true, that they did not get something directly from God here. Again, they didn't get something direct. They got it from a man. Again, it was a man. And because this man is corrupted, he did something with God's law that the flesh would do. He accused them. And you say, well, bro, it says thou shalt not do that. I mean, what else was he supposed to do? I'm not trying to hear all that. The point I'm making is there's a reason that Paul says the law was Moses gave the law, but grace and truth came through Christ, right? All this to prove 100% that you are supposed to understand you can't do it. If a perfect man that came from a very good soil could not make the right choice, my friend.
Come on now.
My friend, where are you getting the idea? And they're like, well, the Bible says through Christ, I can do all things. No. But when you start questioning what you can do and what you can't do, then you're no longer letting Christ. You're no longer. You're not resting in him. You're resting in you. You're resting in your good works. You're resting that I have to be good. I have to stop sinning. You keep resting on that, relying on your flesh. And your flesh cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven. It can't inherit it. Does it mean your flesh can't go up there? That's not what that word inheritance means. It means you cannot inherit it. So if you can't inherit it, which means your flesh cannot do anything to look good in front of God. No, it cannot. That's what all this is pointing to. That your flesh cannot do it. Right? You're earthly. You're earthly. We are born again, not from the fallen earth. I'm talking about your flesh is earthly, fallen earthly at that. But we have been born again. You understand? So, as crazy as this may sound, we have been born directly from God's heart. You understand? Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Probably not. Maybe so. But Adam was born from the creation. Do you understand? Guys, we were not born from the creation. We were born directly from his heart. Adam wasn't. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? It's a big deal. It's a big deal, man. It really is. We were not born again from the fallen world. Adam was made from the earth. He was. Our flesh came from this world. But if this world is fallen, how do we become born again? Do you understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
So Adam, even though Adam was perfect, he was formed from the dust of the earth. But again, the earth was perfect. But he did not come directly. Even though it's like indirectly because the earth was good, but the truth is it wasn't direct. It was perfect, very good, just like heaven, but it wasn't direct. The law was given to Moses. It wasn't given to them directly, because when the one that came directly, when that one was to come, it was to show us that we have to stop saying we can do it. You have to stop saying that. We rely on the only one. And when we did that, that means we came from the place that he came from. So I really don't understand. I really don't think people, not only do you not see how disturbing of a thing that happened in the garden, but the fact that you came directly from that soil, you know? So even though y'all heard me say it a million times, you are the Garden of Eden. How do you think you are? You came directly from his heart. Right? So I've had people ask plenty of times, hey, what are you studying now? I don't even know how to explain to you what I'm studying. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, how do I explain to you what I'm studying? I study the Bible, the whole Bible. I study all of it. I just read and I keep reading again and again. And that is how the Bible opens up to you, because you just keep reading it, right? I don't look for topics, titles. I don't do any of that. Okay. Those things come through revelation when you put scripture together. So, even though, again, if I was to give half the people in here a test, I believe you can get the answers right. Okay. But it's got to be rooted in you. There's a difference. Head knowledge and having it rooted in you is completely different. Right. So it's not what I'm not doing the whole, I don't even have my little flashlight up here. I'll just use.
I tell you what, boy, everything I didn't learn, I don't hold it in. I send it through the fire and let it get tried.
Yeah.
And hey, it's holding up real good.
That's the only way. That's the only way, right? But I know a lot of people that even to this day, man, you know, I still, I don't hang out with them, but there's some people from high school that I still say hi to, and we talk. And I even asked them, like, hey, do you remember anything you learned in high school? And we can bring up some stuff. Okay. But a lot of people, they just cram the knowledge, right? The night before so they can pass, but it's not rooted. You understand? It's not rooted. But in the word, that's something that relationship between you and God, you know, if somebody was to come to Descaled and cram stuff we went over, and you're able to like answer the question, but it's not rooted. Just because you have a head knowledge and you say, well, I already kind of knew that. That's funny. If you knew it the way you claimed, you would teach it like that. You would teach it just like that, but you don't teach it like that, because right now it's a head knowledge. It's a head knowledge. You have the Spirit. You can hear the Spirit saying things. You can, because that's what we're promised. The promise is here. But when it's rooted in you, you sound a little bit different, right? Host, raise me up. What does that mean? Raise me up. You need prayer? What does that mean?
It means he wants to be added to the box.
I don't
You're
know.
gonna have to wait till the last day.
I don't know who that is.
You're gonna have to wait till the last day.
Who is that? Does anybody know that person? I don't know who that is. Do you know anybody? Aisha, do you know anybody in here, Aisha? I don't know what anything means anymore. Grace, what are you Grace, what are you talking about? Yeah, Alex, I know. Yeah, giving grace. What are you talking about? I don't know what anything means anymore. You know Jesus? You know Jesus? Okay.
That is the only thing that I concur with.
What's that?
The only thing.
What?
Jesus.
Hey, that's
Yeah.
what. Hey, even Paul got to that point. He said, "Man, I proclaim to know nothing but Jesus and Him crucified."
Yeah, but
I
Paul.
know no man in the
I'm
flesh.
trying to tell you.
Yeah, but Paul was talking about, he went and learned all this stuff. Pharisee of Pharisee, understand? He went to all this school. He knows the law. He can teach the law. And he said, and I count all that dung.
Right.
And then today you
Yeah.
have people trying to tell you that it's the law and we need to do these things. And Paul said, hey, I know nothing but Christ crucified. That, so he wasn't trying to say that he don't know nothing, but he's just saying regarding
Right.
biblical things, all that stuff, Christ crucified. That's what I do know.
He counted it
Amen.
down,
I
and
get
we
what you're
got
saying, though,
and we
Benny.
got pooper scoopers today.
That's right. That's right.
Ooh-wee.
All those things, again, because everything that he was learning was all law. It was all law stuff. That's all it was. And he counted all that dung.
So let me ask you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Why do so many people choose to believe the writings of Paul, but they denied Christ? Understand what I'm saying?
Like, well, what part? Like, what part are you talking about specifically?
They'll say like I can't think of one specifically right now, but they just hard like they do Moses. Same scenario, somewhat.
Yeah.
But Moses said such and such, and Paul said such and such, and then when you tell them and read scripture of what Christ is saying, and then they'll rebuttal it and be like, well, no. So
yeah,
I'm always like pondered by that, and I'm like, well, how do they just put those people over Jesus?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I have an idea what you're trying to say. I don't know. Honestly, I can't tell you. Aisha, can I share a poem? Yeah, share it in the comments. Put your poem in the comment right there, Aisha. You wrote a
And them
poem.
be the same people that be like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob,
Yeah.
Paul, James, Peter, and then get over here and say Yahusha, Yahushua, Yahuwah. Like, man, if you all chill, bro,
Yeah.
what you doing?
They get so excited they learn a new language and they're just speaking in tongues over
every,
here.
Lord.
Every word in English, but them
Except for that one word. They'll say, boy, they'll be
bro,
like, they're like, yeah, I
Yahoo.
was at the house. Hey, I was at the house with the homies, bro. Hey, man, we're in that word, bro. Hey, man, everything was hard. Everything was going tight. You know what I'm saying? Then we started talking about Yah. Like, bro, what the heck you talking about, bro? Why don't you just say God, bro? What are you talking weird? Being weird. I was over there, Yah, like, bro, man.
Yeah.
What you talking about,
Yeah,
dude?
miss
Get
me
out of
with
here.
it, like for real.
Yeah, man. Like I get it.
but you know what's cool though in that verse what Paul was saying? When he counted it all done,
Yeah.
he say, but that I might come to the knowledge of Christ, right?
Amen. Yes.
And so he's saying that stuff is all of that is valuable, but if it's not according to the knowledge of Christ, if you're not discerning Christ in it, it is dumb.
It is, bro.
And that's how it's legalistic. That's why he tells them, you who desire to be teachers of the law, not knowing what it says, nor whereof it affirms. So they're not discerning the Lord's body.
No, they're not. But that's all right. You just love them anyway, man. And they'll get.
And I do.
They'll get off their little. Well, maybe not all of them, but some of them they'll get off their little kick. Sometimes people they feel like they need something fresh. You know what I mean? It's like I always tell people, if you would go make disciples, if you would use your time to do that, you wouldn't be chasing the next thing. What's the next thing I can learn? What's the next? We must be missing books, man. I don't know. I've been going to D-Skill for a long time, and I don't know. I feel like he just keeps repeating himself. Well, that's because you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. You need to go make disciples. Are you doing that? Okay,
right,
so
that's the reason why
move to the side and let someone sit where you are so I can disciple someone else, because you are misunderstanding discipleship. You think you're supposed to stay under me listen. There's nothing wrong with continuing to come over here so you can hear me disciple somebody else. Like Benny does it all the time. It'll be somebody new, and I know Benny heard it 1,000,000 times, but he'll put in there, man, it's music to my ears every time. How come Benny ain't bored? He done heard me say this stuff 1,000,000 times. How come he's not bored? Because he knows what it does. That's why it doesn't bore him. But you have people, they get bored, and you're like, how are you bored?
Right.
Go make disciples. If you're at the point where you're just bored and you're like, well, I've heard all this before. Maybe I need to go be a Messianic Jew. Let's go try that. Oh, no, not that. It's like, no, not that. Okay, let me check out the Black Hebrew. Maybe it's because I need to be Black Hebrew Israelite. I mean, just
That's
hopping
crazy.
around. So instead of using what you've learned, going and making disciples, maybe that's the next thing. No, you're not doing the first thing. He's telling, go make, well, I don't want to do that. Well, my friend, then guess what? All right, then.
Yep, and Jesus was, when he said, look at the fields, look at them. He said, lift up your eyes and look at the fields. They're white, they're ready to be harvested. But he said the laborers are few. And it's true.
Now.
It's not many,
Yeah.
there's not many disciples that come up the scriptures and really open the blind eyes. That's when when I be on this live, I be telling them, like, man, I pray for wisdom.
Well,
Now, it wasn't imparted to me how it was with Solomon, but God sent me a disciple. That's the wisdom he sent me.
All
He
right
sent me a
now.
disciple. And a disciple can make a disciple, but somebody just running around throwing Bible verses, that don't make disciples.
No.
That's right. That's right.
All right, let's see. Aisha, I told you to put your poem in the comment. I know you know English because you type it in English.
Let me mute.
Yeah. Aisha, you're not coming up here. Put your poem. If your poem was so good, you would put it in the comments.
He said, roses are red, violets are blue. One more time and you're through. Y'all ain't never seen that video where he said, you got one more time and you through.
Oh,
that
man.
dude at work, that's funny.
Yeah.
Y'all would have had to see that.
Yeah, he said, let me see. There was another one that I used to know. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. What'd you say? Tree of knowledge is wisdom. Tree of knowledge. There's no tree of knowledge. God Y8W. It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So it's not just tree of knowledge. The knowledge of good and evil. Not anything more, not anything less. The tree is not a tree of knowledge. And if you eat it, you just get all kinds of knowledge. No. You get the knowledge of good and evil. That's it. No offense. It's not the tree of knowledge. No, tree of knowledge of good and evil. You understand? You get the knowledge of good and evil. That's what you get out of it. But if you eat it, you die. It's not a good thing. Because Abraham faith only now see say, bro, is that English? I don't know what you're talking about. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil kills. It doesn't give life. It kills. Because the knowledge of good and evil means that you're no longer focused on Christ. You're focused on good and evil, which means you went back to the law. That's what it's talking about. Rebuke Satan back to hell. He's already in hell. I ain't got to rebuke him there. He's a defeated foe.
One of the funniest things is that amazing. He's like, be right back. I'm going to go teach this. Everything you just went over today, and he's gone.
I told him not to do that. He's one of them he'll do it. Hey, I mean, I got to at least give it up to him. He's not scared. He'll go say something. He'll get mad at me. Trot, you said, da-da-da-da. I said, I didn't say that. I got you record. Yeah, you did. I said, I did not say it like that, bro.
So many times, right?
I
Don't
know.
go and teach
I
it.
love
Don't go and teach it like that.
Yeah, and I say, guys, look, you just learn. It's kind of like you start teaching somebody like a Brazilian jiu-jitsu, right? And you get them through like level 1. Literally, there's levels, okay? But you get them like through level 1, right? And once they got level 1 down, you're like, all right, and again, it could take a couple of months, you know what I mean? Just how much hours they put in. And then you tell them, okay, I can see that you are now proficient. You know, I tell them, I say, all right, look, I will vouch for you and say you are proficient in level 1. Yeah. I said, yep. And you just learned enough to get your butt kicked. Okay. You are not ready to get in a fight. All right. Level 1 is just saying, okay, now I'm ready to learn how to fight. Now, it doesn't mean that level 1 can't help defend yourself. It can, but you just learn enough to get your butt whooped. All right. Now you learn level 2. I'm still not going to say go get in a fight. You know what I mean? But you can now. You get to level 3, they better pray they don't make you mad. You get to level 3, I don't care what they say they know. I don't care if they're golden glove boxers. I done seen them all get choked out. Every one of them. But level 1, Hey, look, I didn't make you. I don't know you. If you make it to level 3, I'll brag about you. But right now, I don't know you. You got a pacifier in your mouth. You hear me? Like, it's the same thing. Same thing. 100%. Yeah.
We were talking about the Garden of Gethsemane. Can you go back there for a little bit?
Yeah. What you want to know about? Because we're gonna talk about. We can talk. We're gonna talk. She had a question about Balaam's donkey, guys. So we're gonna talk about that. If you haven't heard me go over Balaam's donkey, we're gonna go over it here in a minute. Go ahead, Truth. What were you saying?
Yes, because it is said that was when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane, and he was asking for the cup of suffering to pass, that was him speaking out of his humanity.
Yeah. So, so it looks like he's in fear, he's scared, and that's what it looks like. We got to at least admit that. That's what it looks like. Right?
Yes.
All right. So the other question is, has he taken on sin yet?
No, he doesn't take on sin till the cross.
All right, so he ain't taking on sin. So the Bible says that he didn't give us a spirit of fear, but a spirit of what?
Love, power, and a sound mind.
Okay, so Jesus either has, while he's in Gethsemane, he either has a spirit of fear,
yes,
or a spirit of love, power, and sound mind. Which one is it?
Well, it looks like a spirit of fear.
Okay, so now we're saying Jesus got a spirit of fear.
But it looks like, to the natural eye, it looks like a spirit of fear.
All right then. Okay then. All right then. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. So to the natural eye, it looks that way, which means which part of you is telling you what it sees?
My flesh.
All right. So when you hear someone say that he was scared and he gets tempted just like us, look, he just like us. He was just like us?
No.
Okay. So we don't allow the flesh to tell us what we're seeing. We stand on what the truth says, not our flesh. And when someone says, well, I can see it. Look at him. Look, he was like, let the cup pass. Nah. Shut up and let's stand on what is true. What does the Bible say? That he did not give us a spirit of fear, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Jesus was not scared. If somebody says that he was scared, then they're saying that he's got a spirit of fear. And if we are supposed to get our spirit from him, then he's Satan then. Because Jesus don't have a spirit of fear. It's one or the other.
So what was going on?
I know. Well, before we go over what is going on, we first got to unpeel some scales here.
Yes. Okay.
Right? All
okay.
right. So let's do
scale it back.
Let's scale it back. Matter of fact, on that note, I'm going to do it. I don't care what y'all say. I'm going to do it.
Go ahead, do it. Go ahead.
I'm going to do it. Let me see. What's the easiest way to do this? No, I might not be able to do it.
Just do the speaker, bro.
You're right. You're right. Thank you, CJ. CJ already knows, bro. He's like, I'm gonna do it. See, that's why I wrote this song right here called King of Parables.
You know him, CJ.
Oh, you know what? Nah, I'm tripping. That ain't the song. It's the song that Benny liked, Descaled. I'm gonna play this song, man. I'm gonna play this song. Pay attention.
Ooh, man, that one right there, boy.
Okay, we gotta get back to descaling this after you play descale.
Hey, listen, I'm saying, you said, well, what's going on there? So I'm gonna play a song that is literally saying what we are talking about. Just listen, pay attention. All right?
Okay.
Why do you speak to me through trees and rods? You want me to write about you? How can I? With this type of language, a riddle you said before me. How could I unveil the truth? I'm too beastly. How can I make sense of this imagery? You're a tree, you're a rod. How can this be? Who will believe me?
Can y'all hear that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I'm gonna go back just a little bit because the little thing was blinking and it's not supposed to. All right, here we go.
Riddle you said before me. How could I unveil the truth? I'm too beastly. How can I make sense of this imagery? You're a tree, you're a rod. How can this be? Who will believe me? Our type of relationship has gone this way. From Moses and everywhere that bitter water was bearing to David and Solomon, who the wisdom spoke about trees. Oh, how they could see. Now I'm a witness, Lord, to this testimony. I become exiled. I'm no longer veiled. Satan's plan has failed. I'm no longer veiled. Satan's plan has failed. Black letters on the white pages are like stale cages. One at a time, they move the stages to add a truth. You have to first remove a lie. Pulling one off may make you cry, but you won't die. They got painful because they all try. You and all try. Now close your eyes, start to cry. When you feel the first one fly, don't sigh. Say, bye. You're welcome, just call me Rabbi. How can I make sense of this imagery? You're a tree, you're a rod, how can this be? Who will believe me? Our entire relationship has gone this way. From Moses and Aaron with that bitter water was driven to David and Solomon, with the wisdom spoke about trees. Oh, how they could see. I'm a witness, Lord, to this testimony. I become still. I'm no longer veiled. Satan's plan has failed. I'm no longer veiled. Satan's plan is failed. God conceals in us, King search, not in a brick mortar church. I'm not dead. God is the God of the living. You just have to be willing to see and hear. Don't be in fear. Draw near. Everyone that wisdom speaks of tree. Why don't you? Because you haven't been discipled. If so, you would have grew. You still have a baby's point of view. You still see misunderstandings and lies. It's true. It's not too late. Find a discale person now for you. They will plow and sweat from the brow. You just sit there as the scales fall, so you can finally learn how to crawl. Because I'm your flesh. All you do is draw. Then lie to yourself about standing. Come between those scales so you can come out of that black letter jail. Make sense of this imagery. You're a tree, you're a rod. How can this be? Who will believe me? Our entire relationship has gone this way. From Moses and Aaron with that bitter water was bearing to David and Solomon, who the wisdom spoke about trees. Oh, how they could see. Now I'm a witness, Lord, to this testimony. I become this scale. I'm no longer veiled. Satan's plan has failed. I'm no longer veiled. Satan's plan is failed. Why do you speak to us in trees? Because it's the way you see.
All right. Let me see, man. Hold up. Did you hear? Are you sure you heard the first verse? Truth, did you hear? Did you pay attention to what it said?
I think I did.
Don't worry, I'm gonna tell you. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry. He basically said, in the very beginning of it, he says, "Why do you speak to me in trees and rods? Like, what is this imagery? Right? You want me to write about you, but how can I write about you like this imagery? This is weird to me, like a different language. Okay,
but that's the way he sees.
But that's the way he sees. So listen, listen. He says our ways are not his ways. That's what he says, and it's regarding the Bible. That's what it's talking about. I dislike it so much when people in their carnal body are walking around this world and they're trying to comprehend, well, I want to do it like this. But listen. The Bible shows you how God sees. Okay? So our peanut brain does not comprehend the way he sees. The peanut brain don't. But our spirit does. And so we got to get that out of there. That's why Paul said, be not conformed to this world, be you transformed. How? It didn't say be you transformed by lots of prayer. That's not what it says. Even though that is completely controversial to popular belief today, that is not how you change, by prayer. I'm just going to pray, Lord, change my heart. No, bro. He says, be not conformed to this world. By how? It tells us right there. What does it say? How?
Be transformed by the renewing of your mind.
Right, by the renewing of your mind. That means you got some stinking thinking and you need to change the way you think. That's how. So how do I change the way I think? You read the word over and over. And then guess what? You're going to start seeing the way God sees. Not stop sinning. Not no. You're going to start seeing the way he sees, the way he presented himself, the way he wants people to see him. And the reason that he's doing that is because it's our fault that we can't see. And I'm not talking about sin. I'm saying something's wrong with us, not him. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So something is wrong with us, and we learn what that is. Adam failed, and we received his stupidity. So now we're dumb, just like him. So if we're the ones that have a problem, he's not lying to us. He's not using trickery. He tells us the truth, and we either see and hear what he says or we don't. But the only way we see and hear what he says is because we have to be shown how he sees and how he hears. We have to be shown that. That's why he said, go and make disciples. Because only a disciple can make a disciple. You cannot give something to someone if you don't have it. If you don't have it, you can't give it. So what do we see? We see converts that make more converts. We see disciples make more disciples. Disciples don't make converts. They make disciples.
Right.
A convert's never been discipled. They don't know how to make a disciple. They make more converts. So a pastor that says, Jesus, they go through this whole spiel about how he was, oh, Lord. You know what? By looking at Jesus like that, Joseph was 100% his dad. Period. I see why. I see why they think that. Huh? Because Jesus acts just as stupid as they do. Like, oh, look, he's just as stupid as me. Yep, Joseph is dad then. We figured it out. Or you're not understanding what you're seeing. Which means when a bad problem comes to you, you fall apart like a $2 suitcase. Because Jesus did. Jesus fell apart. No, my friend, don't lie on my Jesus. He don't fall apart. You need to understand what you're seeing. You don't understand what you see. Your flesh is like, oh, look. Oh, I don't feel so bad. Even Jesus is stupid. I don't feel so bad no more. Man, that's a bad place to be. That's not what I see. That's not what I see. I don't see. Let's go look at it. Let's go to Gethsemane. Let's go. Somebody give us. I need a button that sounds like a trail, like a horse in a. Let's go. Let's take a journey
to the garden.
To the Garden of Gethsemane. Let's go.
We're going Matthew 26. 36.
Let's go, man.
Truth, you got it?
I'm almost on the street.
The street called straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, where are we going?
Yes, Matthew 26, starting at verse 36. Benny?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It says, then cometh Jesus with them into a place called Gethsemane.
All right, somebody look up Gethsemane. It's important. Keep going. Keep reading.
Wine press.
Yes.
An oil press. Yep. Wine press and
Oil
oil
press.
press.
Wine press. Watch. Pay attention. Listen. Titles, names, they all mean something. Let the author write his story. Let the author. If Jesus is the author, is he doing what he's supposed to be doing right here?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. And guess what? Those that have eyes to see and ears to hear, they see and hear what he's doing. But those that don't, they're like, oh, look, he just as stupid as us. Nah, bruh. Nope. No, sirree, Bob. All right, let's get it. Keep going.
And said unto the disciples, sit ye here while I go and pray yonder. And he took with him Peter and the two sons of Zebedee and began to be sorrowful and very heavy.
All right, let's look up the word sorrowful and let's look up very heavy. And if someone tells
Sorrowful
you,
is?
when someone tells you, I read English. I don't read Greek. I read English. You're just as stupid as anybody else that thinks that in English, which a language is so far away from how God thinks, you think that the English is going to listen. English is all you need to get saved. You understand?
Yes.
English is all you need to get saved. Believe and ye shall receive. In the Greek, that's pretty much what it means. So we're not telling anybody you have to go read the Greek. You have to go read. No. We are talking to people who want to be disciples and who want to do what God is telling them to do, which is go make disciples. So if a person doesn't want to go make disciples, why do they need to know Greek and Hebrew? Why? They aren't making disciples anyway. You understand? So,
Right.
but for those of us who are looking towards the mark of being 100-fold, you ain't doing it without the Greek and the Hebrew. Not gonna happen. You're gonna be a 30-fold at best. And guess what? God ain't mad at you. I'm not mad at you. But you don't tell someone who's 100-fold, hey, bro, hold on, bro, big time achiever. Hold on, big achiever. Hold on. You making us all look bad. You're making yourself look bad. You either keep up or just be quiet back there in the back. Okay? One or the other. But don't pinch me and wake me up. I'm doing just fine. All right. So we are at, where are we at? 36.
We're at 36.
Oh, 37.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're looking up sorrowful and very heavy, though.
Yep, that's right. That's where we're at. Who's got them?
I did.
All right, we're waiting on you.
To make sorrowful.
All right,
to affect the sadness.
Okay, so sorrowful means sorrowful?
To grieve or offend or make one uneasy or cause him a scruple.
Okay, so sorrowful means sorrowful, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorrowful means sorrowful.
That's what it means. All right. So let's go to very heavy.
To be troubled, great distress, or anguish, depressed.
So very heavy means anguish. That's what it means. Now go look up the word anguish in the Webster's dictionary. What does anguish mean? What does it mean? Let me see. No. Is that better? Yeah, that's a little better. What does anguish mean? We all know what it means, but let's look at the dictionary. Let's see how the dictionary says what it is, because that's what it is. Nobody? Can y'all hear me? Oh. I'm not sure what just happened.
We can hear him, but he can't hear us.
Oh, my bad. I know what I did. Sorry.
Gaw.
My bad.
He goes, nobody?
All right,
no one?
Okay, anguish. Go ahead.
I have anguish as deep distress of the emotions.
That's what it says. That's
Where y'all getting it at?
from a
Well,
Webster's dictionary, because
yeah, I'm getting it
Christian,
from
What word?
yeah, from
What
very
words y'all
heavy,
getting it from?
very heavy.
Gotcha.
It says extreme pain, distress, or anxiety, either physical or mental.
That's what it says. Okay, so we got to say what it says, right? Okay, so it says, so it literally says that while Jesus was in Gethsemane, it says that, I'm sorry, Peter and 2, and began to be sorrowful and very heavy. Now watch this. How, somebody help me out. How far apart you think that was? When he goes, "Hey guys, sit here. Hey, you two, come with me." And he walks. What's the time frame between when he said, "Sit here, you two, come with me"? Sorrowful. Somebody just ballpark me. How long you think that was?
Couple of minutes,
Couple
2
of minutes?
minutes.
Could have been 5 seconds. What are you talking about? You understand? Hey, sit here. You two come with me. And then he probably walked, I don't know, 50 feet.
Couple of feet.
So can we agree it could be around 1 minute? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. Pay attention, guys. Pay attention. Pay attention. It says that after he told them to sit down, and he goes, "Hey, you two, come here." And he goes over there. Then it says, and began to be sorrowful. Began. Was he sorrowful when he told them to sit down?
And when she saw the fruit,
Was he in sorrow when he told them to sit
no,
down?
nope,
Listen, guys, someone who is in fear, that listen,
Say that.
did Jesus already know he was going to die?
yes,
Yes.
So how come he wasn't in sorrow the whole 3 years? A lot of you would have been, sorry, suckers. A lot of you would have been in sorrow the whole time.
oh,
Yep.
Pay attention to what I'm saying. Pay attention to what I'm saying. These pastors that say, "See, he's just like us." No, you're sorry, but would have been crying every day. Lord, every day. But you're telling me that this man held himself together because he wasn't in fear. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Someone that's in fear, they can't pull themselves together. I've met them. But we're going to say that all of a sudden he figured it out. Oh, wait a minute, I'm going to die. Hold on a second. Whoa. Nah. Hold on a second. So either he knew the whole time or did he just found out?
He knew the whole time.
Come on, bro. Show me a man or a woman that you know that if you gave them bad news, they'd fall apart immediately. I could think of 100. How many can y'all think about? Huh?
Yeah.
But he
About that
waited.
many.
He waited all this time. So you're telling me in the midst of him knowing that it was about to go down, he's raising people from the dead. He's preaching to everybody, fear not. Let your heart not be troubled. But the whole time he was in fear and he was in trouble. That's what we're saying. Oof.
That's what they're saying.
I know. Now somebody show me how that makes any sense.
It doesn't.
It don't make no sense. All they see is that he starts being in sorrow. Like if he controlled it. So he controlled it. If he knew the whole time, that means he picked a very specific spot to be in sorrow. Right?
Right.
But they make it look like he just couldn't take it no more. It was time. Sometimes you just gotta let it out, you know? You know what I mean? You just gotta let it out. You just can't keep holding it in, okay? Even Jesus let it out, okay? No, bro. No. That's why he did it in the Garden of Gethsemane. Wine press. Do you understand? Can someone explain to me why the wine press is important? Or do I got to talk for 2 hours to explain it? Who can explain
Benny,
that?
explain that.
Does anybody?
Yeah, so it says wine press, or it says oil press, right? Or we can go with wine press, same
Both.
thing.
It's both. Yeah, same thing.
Because he's the grapes, he's the vine
Yeah.
that produces the new wine. You
right.
can't make wine without crushing the grapes.
That's right.
You can't make olive oil without crushing the olive
That's
berry.
right. That's right. You
The grapes in
understand?
between the staff with Joshua and Caleb.
So, truth, is Jesus the new wine?
Yes, he is.
Okay,
And
so
he's being crushed in the garden.
that's right. On purpose. You understand?
Yes.
Not because he's in fear and he's like, oh, please let the cup. Nah, bruh. Nah. Mm-mm. He is the arm of God. Somebody go to Isaiah 53:10, maybe. We got to go through there slow so the babies don't choke wherever they are. Them shadow watchers, them palm tree haters.
I'm
They
gonna
hate that.
read Isaiah 59:16.
Go
He
ahead.
saw that there was no man and wondered that there was no intercessor. Therefore, his arm brought salvation unto him, and his righteousness, it sustained him.
All right. Now go to the one where it talks about he bruised his own arm.
I got it, 53:10.
All right. Read it.
Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He hath put him to grief. When thou shalt make his soul
Who put him to grief? Who?
the Lord.
Who is that? Go read it in Hebrew. Who's that? What's that word right there? Does it say Lord?
The
Is that the
Lord?
word? Huh?
It says, yet the Lord, which is Jehovah.
Oh, Jehovah.
Mm-hmm.
Jehovah.
The existing
Jehovah.
one.
So Jehovah,
Yep.
who is Jehovah?
God.
The Father, God, right?
The Father.
Yes.
So
Title-wise,
God,
yes.
okay,
Father.
so read
Yes.
it again. Read it again.
Yet it pleased God the Father to bruise him. He hath put him to grief.
He had put him to grief. Who put him to grief? He put himself to grief because he was scared. He put himself to grief.
No, the Father did.
Why? Why is he doing this to him? Why?
So we wouldn't have to be put to grief.
Because in the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah is told by God. God tells him, take this cup and go tell the whole world. It's the whole world. He names all of them. Go tell everybody that they are going to have to drink from this cup. Does anybody remember what the cup is called?
The cup of wrath.
Uh-huh. In the book of Jeremiah, he says, you tell everybody that they will drink this cup of wrath. And he goes, and if they tell you, no, they won't, you tell them, oh, yes, you will. My friend, the cup of wrath was for us. The cup of wrath was for us. So watch, we're not done because we got to get to the part, right? We got to get to the part where Jesus is like, if this cup's up here, right? We got to get to that part because so far I'm not doing a good job explaining this, right? So we got to keep going for the babies instead. Or no, he was in fear and he was scared. He was suffering. No. The Bible says that the Father was doing this to his own arm. Not because Jesus got scared. It didn't. No. Nope. He was being pressed. So
in the wine press.
Because that's where we get our new wine from him. Okay. Yes. So Christian, that word you said, bruised his own arm. That word bruised, go look it up in Hebrew. And if you don't do a good job, I'm gonna go look it up myself. Don't mess this one up.
To crush, be crushed, be contrite, be broken. Nephal, to be crushed, to be contrite, figuratively. Piel, to crush. Pual, to be crushed, be shattered, to be made contrite, Hithpael, to allow oneself to be crushed.
Whoa.
Break.
To allow oneself to be crushed? To allow?
Hithpael, to allow oneself to be crushed.
Keep going.
Break in pieces. Crush, bruise, destroy, contrite, smite, oppress, beat to pieces, humble, to crumble.
Beat to pieces? Isn't that what you do to make new wine or oil? To beat to pieces? All right, keep going.
To crumble, transitively, to bruise, literally or figuratively, beat to pieces, break in pieces, bruise, contrite, crush, destroy, humble, oppress, smite, crush poetically, to break into pieces, to crush, and he shall break into pieces.
But notice how it keeps saying the word crush, right?
Yeah.
Over and
it's a verb,
over.
Crush.
Now, in the Bible, it uses the word bruise. Okay? That's the word it chose, to bruise him. But when you go study that Hebrew word, does it just mean bruise? Like if someone punched you and you got a purple mark?
No.
No, that is not. Now you can use that word, but it means a lot more than that. Because if you want grape juice, you don't thump the grape and get a bruise. You crush it. And it just so happens that God was crushing them. And it says that it pleased him to crush his own arm. Huh? So I remember being young and going to the mall with my parents. And I can't tell you how many times this happened. So I know I was at least 3 or 4, maybe 5. I can't remember if I was in kindergarten or first grade yet, but I was little. And I cannot tell you how excited I was to get to the mall, hurry up and get to the toy store, and somehow swindle my parents in believing that I need another plastic bow and arrow. And I done got 50 of them at the house probably, but I need another one. After that, you know what I remember? I remember being woken up like this. And I'm in the car seat or in the seat. I don't remember even leaving the mall. How did I get in there? Huh? How did I get in that car? This happened way more than one time, bro. But what happened was my dad carried me the rest of the day. And you're going to sit here and tell me that after 30 minutes, an hour, maybe 2, that his arm wasn't hurting?
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to sit here and tell me that he made sure that I didn't wake up. Guys, Jesus is the arm, and we're the baby in the arm. You understand? It pleased my God. He would rather his arm hurt than wake me up. Now, we can say it's because I was a little turd and he didn't want to deal with me. Fine, we can play that game. But the point is, he carried me the rest of the day, put me in the chair, and the whole time I didn't wake up. And that is not even a good example of what the Bible is trying to tell us, but it's a type of an example. That he allowed his arm to burn just so I didn't wake up. And you're telling me that a physical father who knows how to do that, he just figured that out all by himself. Like there's no God. You understand? There's no God. My dad, okay, fine. My dad is God. So my dad taught God how to love. That's where my dad learned that. No, bro. We learned those things from him. Not the other way around. We learned those things from him. So it pleased him to crush his arm for our sake. You understand? For our sake. All right. So let's go to, all right, sorrow, very heavy. All right, 38. Truth, let's go. 38.
Let's go. 38. Then said he unto them, my soul is exceeding sorrowful.
All right. Well, wait a minute. So what is in sorrow?
His soul.
Oh, not the flesh?
No. And he
Wait
is
a
the
minute.
soul of
But I
God.
thought he's just like us. Hold on. We're
No.
getting somewhere now. So his flesh wasn't in sorrow. But I thought it was his humanity that was in sorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. So it wasn't his humanity, it was his soul. See, when Jesus transfigured on the mount as transfiguration, that was God's soul. You understand? This has to be understood. That was God's soul. Jesus doesn't have a fallen man's soul. It's God's soul. So I'm just to be clear. My soul is exceedingly sorrow, not his flesh. See, God, Jesus' spirit, soul, and body is perfect. It's perfect. Our flesh is fallen. So when a man falls apart like a $2 suitcase, it's because he's not standing on who he is. He's allowing his flesh to rule. But here,
But when Jesus
is in sorrow right here, it's God's soul. God's soul. Right? Because the Bible tells us that God's soul will be offered for us. Ain't that what the Bible says?
Yes.
So somebody take us to the verse in the Old Testament that shows us that it's God's soul that's offered. So we can separate the soul from the lamb. Okay? The lamb is not meh, crying. The lamb's not crying, bro. Doesn't the Bible say that the lamb didn't complain? Ain't that what the Bible says?
Yes.
So we're going to believe that the lamb was complaining when the Bible, which is the truth, we stand on truth, not feelings. So the lamb was not complaining. It was the soul of God because it was offered. Who found it? Leviticus. Wanda, what's up, Wanda?
Well,
Leviticus.
it's Isaiah 53:10 still.
Okay, read it.
Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him, he hath put him to grief, when thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin.
Soul. His soul was offered for sin. Soul, guys. The body is the lamb. The sacrifice had to happen, but it was the soul, God's soul. Soul. So you'll have an Islamic believer say, there's no sacrifice. There's no sacrifice. Did Jesus die? Did Jesus die? Yeah. No, he resurrected. See, no sacrifice. Oh, bro. I said,
That
okay, no sacrifice. See, they don't understand. The soul was offered. You understand? The soul, the thing that is inside of him, the thing that came from heaven, the thing that transfigured, the soul was offered. So somebody would say, well, what does that look like exactly? What does that look like exactly? That the soul was offered. I'll say it as clear as I can, and I'm not going to break all that down because I do want to finish what we're going over. But how that looks is we are not going to have all the bad memories of stuff down here because he took on our sin. Do you understand?
Yes.
But for eternity, he will remember what happened. for eternity. You're telling me there's no sacrifice? I don't think people know how long eternity, forever, for the rest of his life, which is eternity forever. All that pain, suffering, and memories affected his soul on the cross. And in heaven, it will be there in him the whole time. Because a man can't do it. But he can. And he says, my soul is exceedingly sorrow. This was not just his flesh crying, this gonna be hard. No, not. Way more than that. And it says that the Father did it. So Jesus is not just walking and then one day, guys, hey, go over there. I can't contain myself. No. He told him to sit down and he said, you two come with me. And when he got over there, then, says right here, and began to be in sorrow and began to do it. Why? Because the Father had to crush his arm because he is the vine that makes the new wine. Him. That's a bar. Let me write that down real quick for a song. I'm just kidding. Screw my jokes. I thought it was funny. All right, let's get it. Okay, so let me say this. Job, if you haven't heard me talk about Job being a shadow of Christ, it's there. You need to go to the YouTube at Descaled Live, YouTube, and hear me discuss that Job was a shadow of Christ, because they'll tell you, see, let me tell you why your life sucks. This is what the pastor would tell you, a convert. See, your life sucks because you're like Job. Yeah. See, God allowed these bad things to happen. Wrong. Those bad things happen for one or two reasons. Because somebody decided to use their dominion in this world and hurt you, or you're stupid and you did something stupid. One or the other. God's not allowing it. God's not allowing those things to happen. We have dominion in this world. He doesn't allow it. Well, no, he did allow it because, see, he's got the power to stop it. And no. That's not how that works. Absolutely not. That is not how that works. But if you think that's how that works, then guess what? Then you're going to misunderstand a lot of things in the Bible, especially what we're talking about right now. Yeah, that's right, Tammy. Right? Job's name, when rendered in English, is hated and persecuted. That's what his name means. Jesus is the only one that was hated and persecuted for our sake. He's the only one. Him. And it was God that did it. Like we just got through reading. He made him to be in sorrow, to be in anguish. He did it. The whole story of Job, even though Job was a real man and this thing really happened, it was a shadow of something to come. And that shadow was when Jesus was to do what he was going to do, and God was doing what he was going to do according to the prophecy, the story of Job. Right? He's got a hedge of protection. So he removes them, which means he takes them out of the hedge of protection. He comes in here into this world, skin for skin. So he says, my soul is exceedingly sorrowful, even unto death. Tarry ye here and watch with me. In the story of Samson, another shadow of Christ, Samson has his hands on the pillars. He's about to push them down. And he says, give me vengeance for my two eyes that were taken from me. And he says, and let me die with the Philistines. See, this is why English doesn't do justice. Because this one, hey, Truth, just put your phone on mute. That way, if it rings again, we don't hear it. So, but that's why it's important that we do study in the Greek and Hebrew, because this one word that should have been there is not there in the English when Samson says, let me die with the Philistines. Because in Hebrew, he actually says, let my soul die with the Philistines. That's what he says. Let my soul be offered. You understand? Let my soul die for the Philistines, which are Gentiles. And Jesus came to die for the whole world. So his soul is an exceedingly sorrow. Why? Because it's offered. It's being offered up. And you're going to sit here and tell me that that's the same thing that we humans who are fallen, that's how we act. Nah, bruh. Nope, absolutely not. It says that God was doing it to him. The Father was doing it, pressing him, crushing his own arm. He wasn't just thinking about the death and was like, hey, you know what? Man, I'm not the sharpest one in the tool, but, I kind of reckon this is going to suck. And then all of a sudden he just starts crying about it. Nah, bro, stop. That's why he went to the Garden of Gethsemane, the wine press. 39, it says, and he went a little further and fell on his face and prayed, saying, oh, my Father, if it be possible. Now, who's doing the crushing? Who's doing this to him?
Jehovah, the Father.
The Father. The Father.
He's not just in fear. He's doing it to him. Do you understand? This has to be understood. Jesus is just not having thought. He's not meditating on fear. Like, man, so I'm going to get up there. Probably going to stab
The Father is crushing him.
Yes,
He's
bro.
being crushed.
He's being crushed.
Literally crushed.
Yes, by the Father.
Mm-hmm.
That is what the Bible is telling us, even in the Old Testament. He's doing it to him. You understand? He's not just walking around and he has a thought of him being unalived on the cross. And he's like, man, this is going to suck. That is not what's happening. The Father is doing it, bro. It's not the same thing. Not even a little bit. He wasn't in worry and fear. Everything was coming on him, man. The Bible says it. It's a prophecy. It's going to happen. He went a little further, fell on his face, prayed, saying, "Oh, Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass." What cup? The cup of wrath that the story of Jeremiah talks about, that the whole world is going to drink this cup of wrath. The whole world. But the Bible says that Jesus brings up a cup. What? Truth, what'd you say?
Yeah, the whole world is supposed to drink the cup, but he drank it.
Right.
All of it.
All of it. The whole thing. The Bible will explain itself, but it's us that's the problem, not him. We have to see the way he sees. And the sad thing is, our flesh does not know how to see like that. It doesn't. So it says, he fell on his face, Father, if it possible. So now we're going to have to get to this. If it's possible, like if now he's worried all of a sudden. Didn't he already know this was going to happen? Yes. Didn't the Bible prophesy that it was going to be the Father that is doing this to his own arm? Yes. Like I explained, my father carrying me, I'm just saying, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, guarantee you that arm was hurting. But he's doing it to himself. It is not the same thing for this to be looked at as though he's scared the way our flesh puts us in fear. That is the most damning thing I have ever heard in my life, and it needs to be condemned. Next time you hear somebody say that, you're like, bro, that is not what that means. What are you talking about? Jesus was not fallen. It was the Father crushing him. The Father was doing it. This oppressed, you understand? This press that he's feeling is coming from the Father. So then, yeah, but in his humanity, he felt it and he's like, oh, Lord, if this could pass, like, oh, it hurts so bad. Okay. Fine. Let's just keep looking. So it says, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. So here in the red letters, if it be possible. So let's go look at the word possible. Let's go look at the word. Who's looking it up? Let me know who you are.
I am technically here.
All right. So Matthew 26, 39.
Yes. Yes.
The word possible, verse 39.
The word possible means dynatos, able, powerful, mighty, strong, mighty in wealth and influence, strong in the soul.
Strong in the soul?
I mean, I'm stopping there because obviously that's it, but there's more.
I'm just saying, like, is this the same? I just think about that for a second, okay? So it says, "Oh my Father, if it be possible." That's funny because the Bible tells us through Christ everything is possible.
All things are possible.
Right? And in the Greek, that word all means all. So it says through Christ all things are possible. Through Christ. Why? Because he drank the cup of wrath, right? All things are possible through him, right, because he drank the cup. So it's possible through him. So he says, "Oh my Father, if it be possible." Well, he's Christ, so all things are possible through Christ. Right?
Right.
He's Christ and all things. And they're like, "Oh, you're taking it out of context. It's talking about us." Bro, that is not out of context. It is saying that all things are possible through Christ regarding us, that all things are possible. But here, Christ is saying, if it's possible, I'll show you why that's important in a minute. He says, let this cup pass me. Let the cup pass me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. So people, they'll bring up, so Jesus had his own will? That's what it says, right? He says, not my will, but your will, Father. First off, let's look at something. Is that what man says? Before Christ, did man say, not my will, but your will? Did man say that?
No.
No.
So that's funny because this man said it. Not my will, Lord, but yours. And then we'll go to the Old Testament, like, well, he kind of said it over here. And this man kind of said it. Doesn't the Bible say by faith, Abraham? By faith, Abraham. Ain't that what it says? And it names all the other people by this man, by faith, this man. And if you don't understand that Jesus is faith, that means it was by Christ that all these things happen. By Christ. So if it's always been by Christ, and Christ says to the Father, not my will, but your will. I'm just going to let it sink in just for a little bit. Christ said, not my will, but your will. And then in the Old Testament, you have people that say things similar. Lord, not my will, Lord, but yours. But they don't know how to do that. Adam proved it. So how do they know to even think this way? Not my will, but your will. Because by faith, it happened. By faith. Meaning God's will happened only because of faith. And without faith, you cannot please God. Can't please him without faith. Can't. Jesus is faith. It's not easy to see at first, but when you understand titles, you'll see why everything's titled the way that it is. But through the title, you'll understand. So now, this man is saying, not as I will, but as thou wilt. Not as I will. Now, what we know is true about the Messiah, Jesus Christ, is he said he only did things that he saw his father doing. Right?
Right.
So don't you think he can see what the father is doing to him?
Yes. Yes.
He already knew it was going to
Definitely.
happen. He already knew it was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I only do what I see my father do. I only do what I see my father doing. And he says, not my will, but your will. So it's like, so he had his own will. And this is where spirit, soul, and body is very important. Because Jesus was spirit, soul, and body. He was spirit, soul, and body. And the Lamb of God, the Lamb, which is the man, the one that humbled himself and is not running around telling everybody that he's the Father, he's God, not saying any of this stuff, because he came in the form of a servant. Listen, the Bible uses those words, that he came in a form of a servant. You understand? A
Mm-hmm.
form of a servant. A form
In your form.
in the form of a servant. Not just like any other man, in a form of a servant. That's how he came. Moses was called God's servant. Moses was God's servant. But Jesus came in the form of that, which is a man. Form, guys. He came in the form, shape, whatever you want to call it. Play-Doh. But now he's here. This sorrowful thing is happening. It's already been prophesied that God was going to do this to his own soul, his own arm, all of this. So when they say the humanity part, there was the man part that was doing. So far, we don't see no man anywhere yet. Y'all seen man doing anything yet? Anybody? I need somebody. Oh, me or oh, my. Somebody say
No,
something. Okay.
no.
But no.
No, no man.
Ain't no,
No
man
man.
yet. There ain't no man yet. So now we're going to come back. There's two things so far we're coming back to. One of them is where he says, not as I will, but as thou will. Now, again, titles, servant, father. You understand why title is important?
Yes.
Not my will. Whose will? Servant. Understand?
Right.
Servant. Did he come in the form of a servant or not?
He did.
Yes, he
Okay, so
did.
why is it hard to understand that he's acting like a servant to the Father? And we humans see a man in fear and crying. No, that's not what the Bible says.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what it says. It says that he came in a form of a servant. How did the servants of God treat him? How? Your will, Lord, not my will. Ain't that how they treated him?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Your will, Lord. Why is it so hard to believe that he comes in a form of a servant and acts like a servant? What's so hard about that? I don't understand. I don't get it. He came in the form of a servant. Yeah, but right here, he shouldn't have been acting like a servant. Oh, well, then that would be a contradiction then. But they say he can't be God because look how he's acting right here. Does God have a God? I'm telling you, if I studied the Quran, I would destroy it, bro. Half of them would be Christian overnight. But I never felt led to do that. But if I wanted to, I would tear. But it wouldn't be God's will for me. I haven't even started doing what God wants me to do yet. But I'm just saying, bro, I would tear that whole, all these people that call themselves the cookers of Islam, they would be unfamous in a very short period of time. I know exactly what I would say. And I don't hear anybody say this stuff. I'm just being honest. Some people will say, well, then do it. Well, then do it. Man, I can't because I won't be doing what I'm supposed to be doing. You're supposed to do what you're supposed to do. All right. And these people waste their time trying to behead Islam. You're using, I'm not going to say it. Yeah, I would destroy it.
Details, man. Details.
All right, so where are we at? Nevertheless, not as I will, Lord. Not as I will, but as thou wilt. Again, he came in the form of a servant. Talking about his whole spirit, soul, and body. Not, well, it was his flesh talking. Bro, he doesn't have a fallen flesh. What the heck are you talking about? Well, it was the humanity part. Get the heck out of here with that crap. He came spirit, soul, body, perfect, glorified body. That man had a glorified body. What are you talking about? It was his humanity. You don't know how else to explain it, so you say that junk. No, he came in the form of a servant. So therefore, he speaks to the Father. The titles matter. Jesus was not the Father. Okay? Now, through revelation, we know that he is. But when you say that he is a Trinitarian, I don't understand how people still ain't getting this. Guys, he did not come and call himself God, call himself the Father, because his word is perfect. And when he said that in the Old Testament, when he authored that he was going to come, Emmanuel, he was going to come in a form of a servant like Moses. Moses was a servant of God. That's how he came. You understand? So this whole, well, he's the Father, though. And listen, don't confuse revelation with the titles. You have to stay true to the titles or you're going to miss it. You're going to miss it. Same thing with the Trinitarians. No, man, look, he's talking to the Father. See, there's a distinction. Well, there is, but you're missing revelation. Trinitarians are missing revelation. Oneness are trying to force revelation. Neither one of those work. Never does. The titles matter. Title, okay? So now we know why his soul, or I'm sorry, now we know why, I'm sorry, not soul, I'm sorry, let me go back. Began to be in sorrow. Not like a human. When they get bad news, they're in sorrow until something feels better. No. That's not what he did. That's not what it says, and that's not what it did. The Old Testament said that he was going to drink the cup, and we're coming back to the cup here in a minute, that he was going to drink the cup. He was going to be crushed. By who? By the Father. That's what it says. By the Father. Why? Because he came in the form of a servant. So if he came in a form of a servant, he's not a liar. He's going to be a servant. And what would a servant say? Not my will, your will. That's what a servant would say, man. Come on, bro. I don't know what's so hard about this. If he's gonna come as a form of a servant, he's gonna act like one. Don't you understand? He's not gonna come in a form of servant, and when they try to put him on a cross, calls down a whole legion of angels. He's not gonna come in the form of a servant. You understand? You understand the type of dominion he had as a servant. He put himself in a certain position, and he's not going to break character or his integrity because he's not a man that he shall lie. How do we know? Because when he was saying about the legion of angels, as soon as they try to put him up there, if he would have came out a servant, he'd have been like, just killed everybody.
Yes.
No, he
Yes.
came in the form of a servant. Crazy, man. Well, he's God. He can do whatever he wants. No, you know what he does? He does do what he wants. He wants to stay a man of his word. That's what he does. That's what he wants to do. Is that okay? Is that okay with whoever? Is that okay with you? That he says, I'm going to come in the form of a servant, humble myself. And then he comes down here and is like, man, this is too hard. Starts killing everybody because it's so hard. No. He said he's going to come in the form of a servant, and that's how he stayed. Why? Because he gave his word that that's what he was going to do. So he didn't just start acting like the servant right here. He said, I do what I see my Father do. Who says that? A servant. That's who says that. But at the same time, it's God the whole time. The whole time. But he said he was going to come in the form of a servant. If he would have said, I am the Father, everybody in the world would have died, because his word would have to remain true, that no man can see me and live. So I'm a servant. What I see my Father do, I do. And he's not lying, because he did come in the form of a servant. He was in a man's body. He did. He did exactly what he said he was going to do, and he played the role. He held his integrity the whole time. Now, a man, as soon as they started whooping you in the back with that whip, everybody would have died. Nah, oh, shoot, I ain't doing this. Yeah, everybody dead. Everybody dead. Click, expelliarmus, or whatever. Let's try again. That's what a man would have done, but not God. Not God. That's not what he did. And we know the story. Oh, my Father. Who says this? The servant said it. Yeah, but God doesn't have a God. God doesn't have a God. Can God come to earth and become a servant? It's a yes or no question. Can he? Yeah, he can. An Islamic believer will tell you if God wanted to, he can come back as a pickle, but not as a man. Oh, far be. Oh, a man poops. God would never poop. Oh, my God. A pickle rots. Goofball, what you talking about? Pickles rot, bro. Craziness, man. It's crazy. And we have Christians saying the same thing. Oh, see, Jesus is just as stupid as you, falls apart like a tool. Oh, Lord, please, Lord. Lord, please. Nah, bro. Go sit down. Go sit down. Go make some converts. I'll disciple. Go make some converts, bro. Matter of fact, make us all some coffee. Go clean the restrooms, for God's sakes. And if you think anything's wrong cleaning the restrooms, there ain't nothing wrong with it. But if you can't do nothing else, do something. Make us snow cones, for God's sake. Do something, bro. Come over here and read then. Something, Lord have mercy. Because you ain't putting your nose where it belongs, which is here. You ain't putting your nose in there. And that's where it needs to be. But since you ain't going to do that, make us a sandwich, for God's sake. Something. At least earn one jewel on your crown, for God's sakes. All right. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. Who? The servant. Not as the servant. Why? Because the servant. Because he's a servant. That's why. And he cometh unto his disciples and find them asleep. And he said unto Peter. And he said unto Peter, what? Could ye not watch with me 1 hour? The answer is no.
No.
The answer is no. He can't. Why? And we know why. Because see, Peter is not only in a form of a servant, he's in fallen flesh. Jesus is not in fallen flesh, but Peter is. So our flesh is not the watchman. When the people get all slick and they think they're so smart because they go to the book of the four groups of make you look stupid. Those the four main food groups of damnation, Revelation, Daniel, Ezekiel, Zechariah. They go play around in these books, and before you know it, Donald Trump's the Antichrist. What the heck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, I read it right here. Wow, that's crazy. You know more about what the Antichrist is doing, but not Jesus. but so much about the Antichrist. Let me see. Who can I pick? Oh my God, bro. Oh man, crazy, bro.
You got the chancla.
From who? Oh my God, Nina, they got you believing that too? My Lord, have mercy. Better not. But you're a grown woman. Hey, you're free to do. All things are free for you to do. Not all things are profitable. They're all free.
She said, never.
Never. He says,
Here comes the chancletas.
what?
Listen, the
What do you
day I
want?
tell you that the day I say that he's the Antichrist, mark me, put me out of the church, put me out of the camp. Do not bring me back, okay?
Put me
Sit
out
in
of
the
the
camp.
camp. Sit in the camp.
That is the
Oh, don't
biggest.
bring me back. What?
No, just leave me there. Let me sit there.
No, I'm dragging
Jennifer said,
you.
wait a minute,
Even
don't
if I
bring you
have to
back?
grab you.
Don't you sure you don't? I mean, we go after the one, bro. He's like, nah, you know what? If I have went that far, let me be.
Just let me be.
Let me be.
There is no chance of me coming back.
That's right.
Nina, even Miriam
I'm
came
gonna be
back.
like, hold
Even
up,
Miriam
Pops,
came back.
we're missing one.
We're
Let me
missing
go
one.
get her.
Let me go. I'm gonna drag her by her hair.
Go get the hook. Go get the hook. Bring me in with a hook at that
bring.
point.
Clearly, I'm not going to
except
swim
you
in the net,
drag
bro.
him.
Okay, just put a big old fat worm. Hey, put some good bait on that hook and just grab me. Just grab. Matter of fact, don't even put no bait on the hook. Just stick me and pull me out of that bad boy.
Just send the big fish to swallow me up.
Yeah.
Okay, bring me back to Nineveh.
To Nineveh. All right, let's get it. All right, let me get it. Cometh, disciples, can't wait for me 1 hour. The answer is no. That's the answer. He can't. Watch and pray, guys. Your flesh don't watch. So why was I bringing up all the 4 food groups of blaspheme? The 4 food groups, because where he says right here, watch with me 1 hour, and they're like, you gotta watch. The Bible says, look, be watching, bro. Your flesh doesn't do the watching, stupid. It's your spirit. That's why Jesus said, you can't watch with me 1 hour. Listen to the question. Somebody tell me, who can watch with Jesus? Tell me, is anybody in this world have a glorified body? Huh?
No.
Who can watch with him? Tell me, who can watch with this man? Who?
No one.
No, bro. That's the whole point. A man cannot do it. A man can't do it. We don't understand what's going on here. That the Father was doing this to him. He wasn't just in his feelings. No, bro. He's being pressed by the Father on purpose. He's not asking Peter, you what? I need my bestie. You can't what? That's what's happening right here. Bro, again, the author, the master penmanship that is happening right here. Master penmanship. You can't watch with me 1 hour? So we're going to say Jesus didn't know whether he could or not. He knows that he can't. So why is he saying this specifically to Peter? Because Peter's always trying to do it. Lord, all these will leave you, but not I, Lord. Shut your butt up. About to deny me 3 times. Go get us something to eat, stupid. What are you talking about? Not me. Not I, Lord. Get the heck out of here. Peter was more in his flesh than all of them. Hey, Peter, you can't watch with me. I could just say, well, I'm trying. Yeah, I know, dummy. I know. You can't. That's the point. Adam couldn't. You can't. That's why I'm here. Okay? Go sit down over there. Matter of fact, go take a nap because I already know you want to. So he says, can't watch with me 1 hour. Watch and pray. Watch. Watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. Watch and pray that you enter not into temptation. Now, I wonder what temptation that could be. What a thing to say. So Jesus is being pressed by the Father. Jesus which is prophesied. He's being pressed by the Father. And then he goes hang out with his stupid lazy bums that he chose to hang out with him for 3 years. And they're sleeping. And he says this. Look what he says. 41. Matthew 26, 41. Watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. Jesus' flesh ain't weak, though. Jesus' flesh ain't. But theirs are. And he's giving them the answer. Hey, guys. You know, I hate to say it, man, but you know, I know I'm going to ask him straight to his face, and I've asked him before, and I know I'm right. He liked to see them squirm. I'm telling you, he liked it.
My heifer.
I'm telling you, he loved it because it was no different than in the Old Testament when you see the flesh being mocked by a man of God. Jesus is the man that came in the form of a servant, is being pressed by the Father. And these knuckleheads are in the flesh, and he's telling them to pray and watch and pray that you're not, I'm going to say it the way he says it, that you enter not into temptation. That's funny. I thought Jesus was worried about dying. Right? But then he comes over here and he's like, hey, guys, just so you know, watch and pray that you don't enter in temptation, okay? So he's worried. When's the last time you saw somebody who's fallen apart like a $2 suitcase because their girlfriend left them or some crap, but yet they can uphold everybody else? Hey, watch and pray that you don't fall into temptation. Does that sound like someone who's fallen apart like who's in their feelings about the cup? Huh? Does that sound right?
Certainly not.
No. Someone who is scared and in fear. Guys, they're not upholding anybody. They're begging for someone to uphold them. So what, God is bipolar? Is that what's happening? Is that what this is? Bipolarism. It's a crazy wife syndrome. That's what this is. Honey, everything will be okay. Is that what's happening? God's bipolar. No, bro. He's not in fear. That's not what's happening. He's being pressed by the Father. He's not in fear. He's not in the fleshly kind of sorrow. Someone passes away in your family. Oh, it's not like that. It's the Father doing it, which is the wrath. It's the Father doing it. So he says, the spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. He went away again the second time. And how many times he does this is relevant. But he does it a second time and prayed, saying, oh, Father, if this cup. Now, what did he say the first time? He says, oh, my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me, but not my will, your will. That's what he says the first time, right? Second time, oh, my Father, if this cup may not pass, if this cup may not pass away from me, except I drink it, thy will be done. So 2 times, thy will be done. First time, hey, if this cup shall pass, you know, the way he says it right here. Oh, my Father, if it be possible that the cup shall pass. Second time, oh, my Father, if this cup may not pass away from me except I drink it, meaning I have to, there's no other way, thy will be done. Kind of sounds like he's saying the same thing, but he's not. And he came and found them asleep again. Guys, listen. Why is this person who is in sorrow, why is he getting up and going to the disciples and finding them asleep? Guys, help me out. Why? Be honest. If Jesus is over here because his whole thing is to beg God, please, why does he even give a crap about the disciples sleeping? I'm not telling you to answer me. Think about what I'm asking you. Think about it. If the whole thing is about him crying, oh, not my will, but your will, and then he stops, right? Well, so what? Is he wiping his tears? Oh, hold on, guys. Powder. Guys, hey, need y'all to pray and watch. What is he doing? What is he doing? Why is he in this weird type of sorrow? And then he goes to the disciples, weird type of sorrow, and goes to the disciples. Come on, think about that just for a second, because we'll come back to that in a minute. A couple things, because I went over the other one, but we got two more. All right. So he says, you sleep again, for their eyes were heavy. And he left them and went away again and prayed the third time, saying the same words, which is what? We all know what it is. We'll come back to that too. Saying the same words. Then cometh he to the disciples and said unto them. So he brings up the cup again. If this is the only way, your will be done. Why does he come into agreement 3 times with God's will? Or for the flesh, for people who are in the flesh, why is he crying and worried about the cup 3 times? Huh? Why?
3 is completion.
Huh? Why he do it 3 times, guys? Why is he coming into agreement 3 times?
Spirit, soul, and body coming in agreement.
Anybody else? Anybody else? The
I
3
want to say completion, but
nah, the
the
3
three
measures. The 3
measures.
measures, guys.
Yeah, see, whenever I think of 3, I always think of the full measure.
It's 3
But I
measures.
thought you said that wasn't it. Right.
It's
Right.
3 measures. Same thing. He's
Mm-hmm.
coming into agreement. He leaves, comes back, comes into agreement. The whole time, it looks like he's worried about dying. No, my friend, whatever pastor or idiot is teaching you this is a carnal minded man. No, guys, it's prophecy. He has to come as a servant. Do you understand? He has to come into agreement to become whole. You understand or not? He has
Yes.
to eat the truth. He has to eat the truth. Eve, what are the 3 things that Eve say? This tree, what?
Was pleasing to the eyes.
Good for food,
Mm-hmm.
pleasing to the eyes,
And to make one
and to
wise.
make one wise.
Mm-hmm.
Guys,
She came in agreement.
yes,
She came in
she came in
agreement.
agreement with the lie,
Mhm.
3 times. And what does the Bible say about when you put something in flour? What is it?
A
A
little bit of
little
leaven
leaven
leavens the
leavens
whole
the whole
bread.
lump.
Yeah. And if you pay attention, there's several of them that talk about the 3 measures of leaven, or the 3 measure, whether good or bad. Okay? Whether good or bad. Whether good or bad. So when you, and so many years, I mean, all over YouTube and TikTok, people are like, no, bro, no, bro, Satan is not the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. No, bro, no. That God planted that tree. That listen, I'm not going to go through all that right now, but no, absolutely not. That is Lucifer. He was lying to her, and people say, no, bro. And then what do they say? All of a sudden they stopped. Boy, they used to love attacking this. And what I did, and I hate to say this, but I let some descaled people go over there and mess it up like 15 times just so they can feel confident that they got tried. Yeah, I told you, bro, that don't make no sense. And I waited and they built the gallows just like a bunch of idiots, like I knew they were. They built the gallows. They're getting ready to behead Trot. And I went in there. I don't know who remembers this. And I said, wait a minute. What did you just say? And you know what they said? Right here. Look what Eve said. Eve said, good for food. Hey, it was gallow time. You hear me? They're about to, in their head, they're about to, They're like, look, good for food, pleasant to the eye, and a tree to make one wise. Bro, look what Eve is saying. I said, oh, was Eve deceived when she said that? Well,
she was lied to.
I said, was she deceived? The Bible tells us that she was deceived. And I said, and my friend, you've been deceived yourself because you think she's seeing right. The Bible tells us she wasn't seeing right. So was she deceived before she ate? And they all had to say yes. I said, so my friend, when she said that this tree is good for food, pleasant to the sight, and a tree to make one wise, my friend, the three measures, she came into agreement with the lie. The tree is not good for food. The tree is not pleasant to the sight. Why? Because it's not pleasant to God's sight. You understand? We have to see like him. We have to know how he sees. And he said, do not eat of this tree, because the day that you do, you shall surely die. So when she said those three nice things about the tree, she said them in deception. She was already deceived. That's why she ate. And then you have people today, boy, they try to put me in the gallows. And I said, my friend, no. She was deceived. Oh, yeah, she was. All right, y'all have a good day. Out. And guess what? Wow. Everybody on TikTok stopped talking about it, but nobody knows why. That's why. That's why. That's why it ain't all over the place anymore. But they're talking about that for weeks, if not a few months. They wouldn't stop talking about the tree. Like, man, one at a time. One at a time.
I got it.
It's funny now. Listen, when all of it was going down, I was like, oh my God, bro, what the heck? They just could not be quiet about it. And I was like, I'm going to wait. And just like Satan, they built the gallows. I heard them building it. I saw them building it. And they're like, we just can't wait to stick Trot's head in here. And I said, the day that you do, you will surely fail that day, because I'm going to bring up two things. And I did. And I ain't heard nothing about it yet. Now, of course, you're going to have your scragglers, but the majority of it stopped that day. All right. So, find him asleep a second time. All right. Verse 44. And he left them and went away again, prayed a third time, saying the same words. The cup, pass, your will. What did he say three times? Your will, your will, your will. Why was he saying your will? Because he came in the form of a servant.
Servant. Mm-hmm.
So hard about this. All right.
It's hard for people.
I know. You're right.
I've been hearing that same thing about that was his flesh. His flesh was crying out to God. And I'm telling you that's what we do. That if his flesh was crying out to God, then you know our flesh be crying out to God too. You know, when we don't want to do something, I'm like, okay,
nah,
no,
bro.
that could not possibly.
No, absolutely not. There is so much happening right here. And the flesh only sees what the flesh sees. But those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, we see the full truth of what's happening.
Yeah.
Which
the
is
crushing
God,
of God.
which is God doesn't lie. He said he was going to come in a form of a man, and that is exactly how he's acting. The servant. I'm sorry, a form of a servant, not man. But he's acting just like Moses. You understand? He's acting as a servant, that he's down here. I'm going to use those words. He's down here and he's serving the one that's up there. And I'm not trying to confuse things, but the Father is the body that soul was in before it went into Jesus. You understand? So the body, the invisible Father, that soul is in that body on earth, right? So the mockery is, oh, so the Father's body is soulless? He doesn't have a soul? No, bro. No. The soul was in that body 100%. But what people don't understand is that body, that physical body, was the seed that came out of heaven. It was the seed.
Right.
So it looks like the body is soulless. No. It's not soulless. It's where it's supposed to be. But the body that's in heaven is not soulless. And people will argue this and be like, yeah, bro, you said that the soul is no longer in the visible body and it's in the body of Jesus. Right. So how long is it going to take you to figure out what I'm about to say? I'll tell them. I'll give you some time to think about it. What do you think I'm about to say to what you're saying? You don't think I ever heard this before? That he's soulless. There's so many verses that help with this. The Bible's already told us that his soul was going to be offered. The Bible already told us that part. So we know that that's true, that the soul is being offered. So now, so the Father, the body of the Father is soulless. Does anybody know what verse I'm going to bring up? Or two? Anybody? Nobody? Nobody knows what?
I got one or two in mind.
All right.
Go ahead, Betty. Betty got it.
Oh no, I ain't saying nothing.
Okay. Anybody?
When he gave up the breath, it says he gave up the ghost.
Okay, so I see what you're trying to say there. I'm talking about one that is concrete about it's irrefutable. It's irrefutable what I'm talking about, okay? So notice what I'm saying. Notice the question people ask. Wait a minute, bro. So you're saying that the soul left the body, like the Father, that's the body, and then Jesus's body has the soul. So the body is soulless. Listen, I'll just say this. If you don't pay attention to all the titles, you will not figure out the answer of what I'm asking. That's where the issue is. Y'all are not focusing on titles. I'm trying to tell you the titles are important. Remember, one thing has 15 names. Anybody? Benny, you gonna take a shot or no?
Nope.
Nope. The Bible tells us that God's word, what?
Manifested
Was made flesh.
flesh.
No. That is true. I mean,
Not
that is
return to him void.
that's right. His word
Oh, okay.
doesn't return to him void. Well, that's funny. So if the word is returning, where was it?
In the bosom.
Well, no, it's returning to the bosom. It's returning. And they're like, oh, you're taking it out of context, bro. No, bro. No, I'm not. The word goes out to do everything that the Father sends it to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't return void, my friend.
Void.
Because the word of God is always successful. Always. Always. All right. So when they're like, well, you're saying, bro, the word doesn't return void. What does the word return mean? It means return, which means it went somewhere. Nah, bro. You're saying that the body's up there soulless. Then you don't understand how it works, then, do you? Because if you understood what Jesus is doing down there, what he's doing down there, because it was sent down there. And he says, don't touch me. I have to go back to the Father. Why? Why's he got to go back? He's got to return back to the Father? Why? I don't know. Maybe because even God ministers to himself through his soul, huh? good news? No. No. So Father don't get no good news. We get good news. He don't get no good news? Huh? Huh? Oh, okay.
You have to return to the Father to tell the Father it's done.
It's done. That's right. Why?
You're talking about the dove prophecy?
That's right. The dove prophecy, bro. It said that the dove went back to the ark, and in its mouth was an olive branch. And when Jesus ascended to the Father, he ascended to the Father from the Mount of Olives. But the olive branch is no longer physical. The olive branch was plucked off from the disciples because life is spirit. You understand? Life is in the blood. Jesus' blood was spirit. Life is in the blood. Life is in the blood. So when
and he had to. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, I was just going to say, and when he plucked that leaf and took it to the Father, he said, there is life now back on earth. Oof.
A good report.
Oof.
Yep. And that's what he had to do. He did all that. See how much is going on in just this one little thing?
One little thing.
He also took care of the wave sheep offering.
Yeah.
The first fruits. It was a wave sheep. They have to wave. The priest used to have to wave it. So guess what he told Moses in Exodus 28? He said, "Get Aaron and his sons so they can minister unto me."
Yeah. 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 And you know how we minister to the Father? Does anybody know? How do we minister to the Father? Anybody?
Making disciples.
Well, just like Abel did.
Yeah, well, okay, that's my bad. First of all, both of y'all are right. I'm trying to make something a little more complicated here. That's my fault. But how we minister to the Father is literally by saying, "You're a good Father." I don't have to have a kid. I used to be one, and when I would tell my dad, "Dad, you're the best," I would see him light up. But my dad would light up brighter than the sun. You hear me? I don't have to have
Bro,
it.
you're not kidding. You're not
I don't
kidding.
have
That
to
is
have a
like
kid.
music to our ears.
I hate when people say, "Well, Try, you don't have no kids." Then how come I know how to explain it so well? Huh? How do I know how to explain this so well then? Well, you have to have it. Listen, you can teach me to wipe a diaper or clean a baby and put the diaper on. Fine. I'll come ask you. I don't know how to do that. But when it comes to the heart of God, my friend, I don't have to have a kid. I read about the best one every day. I don't have to have one. I don't have to have one. Y'all need to tell whoever, man, that crap is such a lie. I used to be one. Dad, you're the best dad. He'd take me out somewhere. I'd come back. Dad, you're the best dad. Bubba, I was blind for a week. You hear me? That's how bright he got. And I'm like, dang, I ain't never seen Dad smile like that. He wasn't smiling when I was having fun. You understand? He wasn't like, my kids having fun. He just out there, hey, hurry up. We come back to the house. Dad, he took us in. He's about to walk out the door. Hey, Pop, man, you're the best dad. Oh, man, dang. What the heck just happened, bro? Blind for a week. You know why? Because that blessed him when I said that. You understand? How do we bless the Father? By telling him he's good. That's how. And how do you tell him he's good? By receiving his good news. What does that mean? That your heart told the truth to what it heard, that he is a good Father. And that's what blesses him, right? The fruit on the vine is what glorifies the tree. You understand? John 15, what glorifies him? We do, the disciples. It makes him look beautiful. How? How? Because we testify that you're a good Father. You understand? That's what blesses him. Just like your physical father or mother, when you tell them, oh man, you're the best. And they're like, oh, wow. It just lights them up. And let me tell you what don't glorify him. When you tell people, yeah, see, Jesus was a man in Gethsemane, and he was like, and he was crying. It's just like us guys, when we cry, it's just like, get the heck out of here. There ain't no testifying of what's going on there. Get your lying butt out of here. You're making converts. You're making too many converts. Been a pastor 20 years, ain't said a thing. You hear me? Ain't said one thing. Saved. You're saved. You're not a heretic. But go sit down somewhere. Take your time out.
What flavor is the pre-workout today?
The good kind. It's the good kind. Hey, the one that works.
Oh, it's working.
It's berry punch. Oh, the
Jordan
pre-workout.
wants you to raise him up.
The pre-workout is new wine from the vine. You hear me? If you get some of that, you'll be on fire. You understand? And everybody will come watch you burn. You understand? Just sit there. I'll light you up. Don't worry about it. Vain babblings. Yeah. I don't know. You can't say vain babblings after you done agreed with like 1,000 things that I said. I'm just giving you a hard time back. Yeah, but when you're talking,
yeah, how dare God tell us not to do dank stuff in vain, and then He gives us these scriptures, and everything is just a coincidence. Yeah. No, He doesn't do things in vain. It's all purposeful.
Yeah, hold on,
meaningful.
Benny. I'm sorry. Akin, I know. I'm messing with you. I know you're not talking about me.
He's just hyped up on pre-workout. He's gone. He's Yoda with his eyes closed. Right. He's going.
The new wine. It's the new wine.
He's Yoda with his eyes closed and the shaker cup in his hand.
Hey, it's the new wine.
Disguised as a coffee cup.
It's the new wine.
I was gonna ask you to tie in that because you were talking about the life and the blood. I was gonna ask you to tie in the difference between Jesus' blood and Abel's blood and how Abel's blood goes back to that cup.
I mean, I could tie it all in.
Take 20 days.
Yeah, bro, because you got to do it right, man. You know what I mean? Like, y'all know how I am. It's not microwavable. It's just not. That's the problem. Converts
is it air fried?
No, it's nothing. It's none of that. No, it's cooked.
No, I know.
It's cooked on the sun. You hear me? No, I'm
You
kidding.
see how long it take that man to make a brisket in real. Yeah, you see how long it take that man to make a brisket. You've been to his house. I mean, we can't eat till the sun go down.
Hey, that brisket be fire though. You hear me?
I haven't been to his house. I've been to Colorado, but I haven't been to his house.
Yeah, when you gonna come over here?
I'm getting salty.
Well, you need. Hey, listen, bro. Whatever material that leash is made on that your wife got, bro, I'm sure some scissors can cut it. Whatever it is.
Hey, she's listening.
Huh? All right, well then,
it's called 2 under 2.
Hey, then she's gonna put in the chat that she concurs. You know, she's gonna say, "You ain't right." That's made out of freaking.
She's gonna come into the agreement with the word of God.
No, she's gonna come into agreement that she concurs that leash ain't coming off anytime soon. That's what she's gonna put in there.
See, what's going to have to happen is you're going to have a woman's one at the same time. So then everybody can travel together.
Oof. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we can't do that yet.
I mean, I'm not saying we can't figure that out. We can, right. But there's gonna have to be at least 3, 4, or 5 women, bro. It has to be. Like, it can't be just like 1 or 2, bro. And I don't know how many women can make it. You know what I mean? You know,
right. I can name at least 6 off the top of my head.
I know there's 5, 6, or 7 that want to come, but whether they're gonna come that day or not. You know what I mean? All right, let me get back.
We'd have to work it out.
We need to work it out, man. All right, I'm probably just gonna have to get one of those hotels over there, where the stage is at or whatever. All right, let me see. Went away again, second time. Okay, sleep. All right, third time, saying the same words. What same words? Your will be done. Your will be done. Your will be done. That's the same words, guys. Focus on the meat on the plate, not the potatoes. Your flesh got you following the potatoes. Like, see, he's just like us, guys. Choir, go ahead. Lord, how you're just like us. Get the hell out of here with that crap. That is not what's happening. That is not what is happening. Does he understand temptation? Yeah, that's how he's just like us. That's it. The only thing that made him just like us is he was tempted. Just like how we're tempted. The difference is he's never sinned. So he's not white knuckling it. He's not like, oh, get a taste of that. Let me get a taste of that white powdery substance. Come on, bro. Get out of here. That's not what's happening. At all. All right. Saying the same words. 45. Then cometh he to his disciples and saith unto them, sleep on now. Why? You can't stay awake. Comes back. You can't stay awake. Comes back after he came into agreement the third time. And guess what? The measure has taken place. Now he says, sleep on, losers. Now he says it. Huh? You don't see it? You better see it. You need to see it. Come on, guys, pray that you fall not into temptation. He comes back if it's your will. Guys, come on now. Come on now, man. You can do it. He was rooting them all like Rudy. Rudy, root. Hey, if it's your will. And he comes back third time and he's like, hey, yo, check it one time. Sleep on now and take your rest. Ooh.
Fresh off the wax.
That's crazy. No, I got what you're saying, bro. That's crazy.
I'm trying not to say all of it, but he's like, go ahead now and take your rest.
Let it be so.
Bro, your Sabbath is here, my friend, now. Ooh, man. All right, I'm going to leave it alone.
That's too hard for some folks to swallow
I
right
know,
there.
bro. It's too much.
Yeah, man.
All right. So he says, sleep on now. Ooh. And take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed. Guys, it's about to go down into the hands of the sinners. Who's that? Who's this happening to? The shadow. Who's the shadow of this? Oh, please don't mess it up. Please don't mess it up. Lord, I pray they don't mess it
Joseph.
up. Joseph. Okay, well, first off, Joseph ain't wrong. That ain't wrong. But there's a stronger example of this in the Bible. No? Oh, huh?
Jesus.
No, a stronger example. A stronger
Samson.
Yes, Samson.
Oh, Samson.
That's why it's important. That's why it is important to understand the Old Testament. The Old Testament, Samson, matter of fact, let me read the rest of it. Let me just read the rest of it. All right, it says, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. So the people come to Samson and they say, hey, bro, all that crazy stuff you're doing, you got to go. And he goes, all right, I'll let you bind me, but you don't unalive me. But they put him into the hands of the Philistines. You understand? The sinners. And it says, rise, let us be going. Behold, he is at hand and doth betray me. And while he yet spake, Judas, one of the 12, came, and with him a great multitude with swords and staves from the chief priests and elders of the people. And now he that betrayed him gave him a sign, saying, whomsoever I shall kiss, the same that is him hold fast. And forthwith he came to Jesus and said, hail, master. This dude. Can you imagine, bro, being Jesus? Like, bro, shut up, bro. Just get. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, man. Hail, master. And kissed him. And Jesus said unto him, friend. Ooh. Bro, if Jesus calls you friend, he literally is saying he's your friend, bro. You understand? Friend. Oof. Man. Wherefore art thou come? Huh? Hey, watch this. The Amplified says it this way. Jesus said, Judas, friend, do what you came for. Then they came and seized Jesus and arrested him. Hey, friend, do what you came to do. And behold, one of them which were with Jesus stretched out his hand and drew his sword, and we know who this is, knucklehead, and struck a servant of the high priest and smote off his ear. Then said Jesus unto him, put up again thy sword into his place, for all they that take the sword shall perish by the sword. That I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels. He's like, the way that you're trying to handle this, you don't think I can handle it that way? What did he just say? But I came in the form of a servant, right?
He said, y'all, peep game. All right, relax. Peep game.
You're acting
That's what he
sus.
said.
You're acting sus,
Yeah.
bro. But again, he says, basically, he's like, hey, bro, what are you doing? Put your sword up. You don't think I can handle it like the way you don't think I can handle it like that? But I came in the form of a servant. You understand? I came in the form of a servant, and my integrity is going to stay intact, and I'm going to keep my word. So I'm with you. I would love to slap all of them around, but I already gave my word that I wasn't going to do that. Okay. So he says, but how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled that thus it must be? In the same hour said Jesus to the multitude, are ye come out against me as a thief with sore stays to take me? I sat daily with you teaching in the temple, and you laid no hold on me. But all this was done that the scripture of the prophets might be fulfilled, that all the disciples forsook him, fled, and he held on to Jesus his way. And Caiaphas the high priest and the scribes and the elders were assembled, and Peter followed them afar off. And we know this is where he denies them. But all right, so now the question was, or not the question, yeah, it was a question, or more, can you explain what happened in the Garden of Gethsemane? Now, do we understand what happened in the Garden of Gethsemane now?
Yes.
Now, be careful. Go tell no one what I told you.
Oh no!
Tell no man what you have heard from me.
Hey, sometimes it be like that.
He said,
Yeah,
"Don't
okay,
go tell,"
cool.
and they go tell.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
just
cool. Hey guys, come look at this man that heals me.
Hello, Jesus said, "Don't tell," and that's all they did was run and tell.
yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Because he
but if it
knows
was
when
for
you
their
put that
sake.
sign up, don't
It was
trespass.
for
They're
their
gonna
listen.
Yeah.
He
trespass.
said not to tell them for their sake, because remember, everybody that went and told they got persecuted and hated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I think there's enough people here that will testify that is going to happen. So be ready. So I'm hey,
Yeah.
listen, I already got my spam mail waiting for you. Don't worry, I got you. I can't. They're going trot. I looked like a fool yesterday. I'll be like, I told you. You go meditate on it. Go meditate on it. All right. So look, we were gonna talk about Balaam's donkey. All right, but we'll do it tomorrow. Okay, we'll do it
Okay.
tomorrow because I don't microwave nothing, and I'm telling you right now, we're gonna be talking about that stupid donkey for probably an hour or two. All right, just like I did right here. All right. Notice how I went all over the Bible just to prove that the spiritual precepts are like Samson unaliving Philistines, heaps upon heaps. They're everywhere.
Yes.
Right?
That's good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, God's word's amazing if you know how to read it. If you know
Yes.
how to read it. All right. Anybody got anything? Anything, guys? I mean, I don't got time to go over anything long, but anybody?
Yeah, can you repeat all that?
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Ooh. Well,
There's a YouTube video. There's a YouTube
Yeah,
video.
you got one, CJ. I got one.
What?
Nah, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just going.
So,
Hey, Jordan. I was just
no,
gonna
go
add
ahead.
to the real quick. I was just gonna add to the friend part. You know, he didn't lose none but the son of perdition, right? So he called him friend, and that's what he said to the guy at the wedding. He said, "Friend, how did you get in here without a
Yeah.
garment?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up
Yeah.
too.
Hey, all right. So check it out. Why does he call that person friend? The main reason that he calls the person friend, the answer's in the parable.
Because the master lets him know what's going on.
No. What's that parable about?
A wedding banquet, a wedding feast.
Right. How's it start?
The ones he called and bidded to the wedding, they were too busy
Right.
doing this and that. So he told them, go out to the highways and byways and get all that will come.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So why did he call this one friend then?
Well,
because he knew him.
It was his friend.
Well, no. Well, I mean, it's because.
But he's like, well, I mean, he's his friend.
Yeah. No, it's because that person was called to the wedding.
Oh, he was invited. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, that's what always confused me because he was invited.
He was
It
invited.
calls him friend, but he didn't have the garment
Right,
on.
which means he didn't take the invitation.
It wasn't his.
Yeah.
Right.
And the Bible tells us that while we were his enemy, he died for us, which means he was always our friend. We just weren't his.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Just like Satan.
Yeah.
God don't stop loving. You chose to do these things. Yeah.
Yeah.
You.
And it's just like we came to him. We chose him now. He chose us first, but we could always leave him.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, if angels and Lucifer left him, what makes people think they can't leave?
Yeah, you have a
but
choice.
God doesn't leave. He said,
Right.
I'll never leave you nor forsake you.
Right. And he don't lie.
He don't lie.
He don't lie. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Man, I'm on fire, man. I'm finna go out into the world and I'm finna mess all this up.
Me too,
I believe it.
Me too.
I believe it.
Me too.
Hey,
I'm gonna go crush some heads.
Hey, y'all hear the song God's Temple?
Yes.
Huh? There's a part in there.
Yes.
There's a part in there. It says, I'll come in like a tidal wave because you pulled me out of that grave right there in that part.
Yeah.
And it says, I'm gonna put the sun to shame.
Yeah.
And he says, I'll have all of them saying, look at me now. Woo, buddy. If you ain't heard that song, you need to go hear that song. Pay attention to the words too. You know?
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta take the O out your name, bro. You are MCTRT. Cause I mean the word in you is on steroids.
Oh, he said MCTRT. He said TRT. I ain't heard that word. I don't know how long. TRT. The word
take the O out, man.
Just
hey,
TRT.
cause you don't never drop no circles. They always gems.
Oof. Yeah, man. Yeah. When you got it rooted in you, oh man, bro. Like when it's part of you, it's kind of like it's like asking me, like, tell me about your life when you were 8. That's too easy. Okay, well, at 8, I went to this school. You're like, hey, can you tell me about Garden of Gethsemane? Do you got how much time you got? How much time you got? You better not have to go to work in an hour or two. We ain't gonna make it. You hear me? Yeah. But convert Bible studies are different. Hey, tell me about Garden of Gethsemane. Oh yeah, come on. Let's get some coffee. Hey, this session's gonna be 30 minutes, maybe to 45 minutes long. And 20 minutes is shenanigans. Know what I mean? The other 20 minutes is, guys, come on, it's simple, okay? So, you got feelings. Jesus got feelings. He understands. You see how he's crying right there? Like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's got feelings right there. Bro, open the scriptures. It says what it says. Look, it says what it says. You're reading it. You're over-spiritualizing it. It says what it says. Look right here. I'm going to show you. See, somebody mess you up. I'm going to show you right here. Watch. I'm going to show you.
Did Chacha say shoddy?
What? No, I'm going to show you.
Did you say shorty shot?
Oh, I did? I might have, bro. I play a lot. But look, what this they going to say right
Just
here?
Give me 2 weeks with you. I'll
He's
fix you.
getting more gangster every day on here, y'all. I know.
I'm telling you, he's in
the
hood era.
I'm starting to learn that's the thing. That's the thing. You got to act like that. Come on, man. It's crazy. I can't be myself. Nobody's going to like me. I say I took country.
He becomes all things for all people to save us all.
That's how the spirit moves, though.
No, the spirit don't make you act gangster. I just do it because I'm being silly.
Things.
No, but they say right here. They say, okay, it says, where's it at? Right here. 37. And he took with him Peter and the two sons of Zebedee and began to be sorrowful and very heavy. See, he was in sorrow. See, have you ever been in sorrow? And that's what they talk about. How you are in sorrow. And you're like, what are you talking about? How long you been a
That's
convert?
right. And how he understands because he was there too.
He understands.
Yeah.
First of all, the Bible does talk about him understanding, temptation. He does understand. But that's not what this is talking about. They're asking, what does this mean? This. Well, he was a man. So the humanity side of him was crying out to God. No, bro. It says soul right there. What are you talking about? And now they don't understand spirit, soul, and body because they think the soul is the flesh. No, bro. All right. Anybody got anything else? Because we got to go.
Yeah,
Oh, what's up?
but the church baby daddies, that's what they say his humanity cried.
Right.
No, I was gonna ask real quick, and if you can't go over it, that's fine. Maybe later, but I heard someone the other day they were breaking down First Timothy 1:15, where Paul says that I am, or the chief of sinners, and that their whole point was like, should we still say we're sinners or not? And the person that was breaking it down was saying Paul was in the present tense saying he was still a sinner, so we should say that. And obviously, we know going through First John, where it's talking about saying you have no sin and the progression of you come to him first as a sinner, then you get saved. He cleanses you from all unrighteousness.
Yeah. So
But
basically, there are people that say that Paul struggled with sin because he said, "Oh, wretched man that I am." Right? For the evil that what I would not do. Oh no, he says, "For the good that I would, I do not. But for the evil which I would not, that I do. Oh, wretched man that I am." Right? And they go, see, keep reading. It's like the story of Job. Look at all this stuff. Yeah, let's go to chapter 43 or 42, one of the last chapters. And he repents. He repents of saying all that crap, and people repeat it to this day. For the Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. Oh, blessed be. What are you talking about? So they say, see, the Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. No, bro. Job repents from saying that. He said, I knew of you, Lord, the hearing of the ear, which in Hebrew means by rumors. He literally tells God, I knew you by rumors. When he said all that stupid crap. Then he says, but now my eye seeth thee. Now, not before, now. But people repeat this stuff. But he repented. So the same thing with this. Oh, wretched man that I am. Finish reading, man. Finish reading. Paul literally says, who will save me from this body of death? I thank God through Jesus Christ. Bro, he's thanking God for being saved from this old wretched man. Paul is not saying he struggles with sin. He's talking about his struggle before he was saved. It's crazy, man. And people use this. See, Paul struggled. See, no, he didn't. The heck you talking about? Absolutely not, man. He was thanking God. You understand? He's thanking God. He said, who will save me from this body of death? That's what he would say. And then guess what? He was saved. The answer is Christ saved him from that old wretched man. Craziness, man.
yeah, and I even looked up chief in the Greek for chief of sinners when he says who I am chief of. So his point was to make it about a present tense thing, like Paul in his identity was saying, I am a sinner and chief of them. But when I was studying that out a little bit, it goes back to like former or like from origin or the beginning. And so it was like basically saying like formerly, like that's where it started. Like I was formerly, the leader of the sinner. Like I was the sinner.
Everybody's always trying to justify. You don't have to justify, and I'll make a crazy, remark, but Sin's already been paid for. Once you understand that, you're not focused on sin. You're no longer sin conscience. You're Christ conscience. Our conscience is supposed to be focused on Him, not on your flesh. And I did see a comment here. I think it was by Lysian. You said the soul is not the flesh. No,
To do, fam.
the soul is not the flesh. We are spirit, soul, and body, right? 1 Thessalonians 5:23. Paul tells us, right? He says, I pray for your soul, for your spirit, your soul, and body, right? So we are a 3-part being, right? Spirit, soul, and body. All right, guys, we out. Anybody got anything else? If so, make it quick. We got to go. No, that's not okay. Guys, more than likely, I will not be jamming tonight. We had some people that never been to Descaled come in basically every time that I've went live, but I got to go bowling tonight. Oh, and we're in third place. We are in third place, Bubba. So my wife can't bowl with us anymore because there's something else she's got to do, and she's part of the team, so we kind of have to pick somebody up that's they're not really helping us out, man. So we got about 65, maybe 70% of the bowling league is almost done, and we were in first place the entire time except for last week, and now we're in third, and I'm not sure where we're gonna end up, man. But my wife's not bowling with us, and she usually does what she. All of us usually pull each other's, we pull each other's weight. But
Maybe you should show up with your rods.
I tried, man,
Hey,
and
The
God,
one in your
Who's,
house.
I tried.
who's
I
on
tried,
first?
and
Who's on third?
God said, "Why criest thou to me? Be a better
Right.
bowler." I was like, "Well," all right, you're right. You show
All
right."
right, God. All right.
Yeah. No, I don't know, man. Anyway,
what's going on with your Cowboys, man?
what do you mean they're not playing? What are you talking about?
Who's on first? Who's on third?
They're
Huh?
like to pick up our linebacker that's worse than Parsons, and he's costing you more money than Parsons would.
Bro,
You guys picked him up
you
instead.
still ain't figured out Jerry. Bro, listen, Jerry wins the Super Bowl every year. When are y'all gonna figure that out? I don't understand y'all, guys. All right, listen. I'm gonna tell y'all the secret why a lot of Cowboys say we're gonna win the Super Bowl this year every year. Y'all still ain't figured out why? Nobody?
Yeah, because his bag. Because he's got the bag.
Okay, speak English. What the heck you talking
No,
about?
they say it in faith. They say it
Talking
in
about money,
faith.
bro.
You've been talking hood, so I'm talking hood back.
You're
What
right.
do you mean?
I'm unhooded. I'm hooded out. I think I hooded myself out today.
He finna get the bag with
Yeah,
his
he's got the money.
manzinims.
Okay, yeah. So look, guys, come on, let's be real. He makes more money than everybody, even the people that win the Super Bowl. He makes more money than them. He wins the Super Bowl every year. Don't you understand? So most teams, hold on a second.
He finna stack that guap.
Most teams, when they do win the Super Bowl, them guys make bank, and they actually won the Super Bowl. How does this dude make more money than any team every year, and he's sad because he didn't win the Super Bowl? Come on, bro. Come on. Why do you think we say, "Oh, we're going to
We
win the Super
can't
Bowl next
serve
year"?
man and mammon, Trot. That's the
I
problem.
know, but that's not the point here. The point is he wins the
On a mammon.
He wins the Super Bowl every year. That's why I said, don't worry, we're going to win the Super Bowl next year too. I'm saying, as far as the Cowboy team is concerned, we're going to make more money than all of you. So it doesn't matter whether we win a Super Bowl or not. But I will say this. He was caught saying that he wanted to win one more Super Bowl before he leaves. And I'm pretty sure what he means is before he dies. So, hey, it could happen in the next 10, 20 years. We might get one more, but the dude's
during the rapture.
The dude's all about money, man. Okay. So we already know we're not going to the Super Bowl because you just watch him. He does very odd trades, but it's always to benefit this. So he gets some weird people. He'll let go of some good people. And it's because everything that he's doing is so he can make that bag, like Jordan said. He's just trying to make that bag, dude. That's it. That is it. All right, guys, we out. See y'all tomorrow. Hey, Truth, Make sure you come back and ask about Balaam's donkey, and then we're going to go through Balaam's donkey. All right.
Okay. All right. Blessings, everyone.
All right. God bless,
All right,
Real
guys. See
quick,
y'all.
when's
See y'all.
the next album dropping?
CJ.
End of March, 27th.
The 27th?
Yeah, suck it, Jordan.
Okay.
What's today?
All right,
What's
Trey, you ready?
Wow.
the 11th?
That was so aggressive.
So 10, so 20. So like basically in 2 weeks. Yeah, in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, the album that actually a whole bunch of people are waiting for that one to come out. It'll come out in a couple of weeks, and I already got 2 of them done already, but I can't send them to CJ because he sends them to Jordan and everybody else. I gotta wait until I'm ready for them to go, or CJ gonna send them to everybody.
And this is why they get pushed back and pushed back.
They get pushed back because you still don't know what you're doing. He's like, I got it. He puts it in there, and they're like, sir, you can't have 3 periods on a song. Take those periods out and put 1. And he fixes it, and he's like, hey, it's going to take a week longer. Why? Well, I accidentally put too many periods in the word over there. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, bro. Like, these people.
I have not sent you a message like that in like.
No, I'm just saying, the mistakes that they claim are mistakes, bro. You're just like, oh my gosh. They're like, well, when you sent the file, we're not really sure, but there's peanut butter on it. Like, what do you mean, bro? I sent it through my computer. I don't know when it came through. Peanut butter stain. I'm like, bro, what the heck are these people talking about? It's the weirdest stuff they bring up. I'm not even kidding, man. All right, guys, we out. We'll see y'all in the morning. God bless.